Cool. All right. Thank you everyone for, joining for just me talking about Hero for X amount of time. It's what I'm probably gonna play. I emotionally drew I'm emotionally gaming because I drew um yesterday I drew increase like it was my job, and I don't know, I'm gonna try it at least going back to 2 because like without the big evil hero package, like basically what you're trying to do from like what I'm trying to do with the cards is that I'm trying to get a third axis of like being able to play. So like a dusted can pretty much be it's really interesting. I don't know if anyone here like can like think about it. Um but like a dusted can basically be any hero name you want it to be, because if obviously this is assuming you go uninterrupted, you're going cross without your normal summon, which can grab you Ferris, Stratos, whatever. You can also some of the hands I've been playtesting is I'll go Shadow Mist actually, and then I'll Ferris pitch Shadow Mist to grab a Vion in case they stop me, just to always have a way to like to play. The ceiling's a little bit lower, of course, but it's kind of the same thing. So like I'm watching a lot of because I see Omni Reborn's in here. I was watching his games as well. I watch all those like the everyone who's playing like the big evil hero package. I think it's really interesting where like the small package has this. It's almost like the same number of branches off from the combo, either package, but just the end result of the big package is obviously way broader. Like you end on a bunch of things. But like I don't know, I still don't think that's worth it for all the bricks because you're even if you're playing the giant package, if you go for Evil Assault or Necrom or whatever, they stop that. It didn't matter if you played the big package or not. Like they're probably just gonna hand trap the first things that you do, and that I think the small package is just better for that. I'm trying to play multiple copies of talents, because like talents and mass change, even with the new support, are kind of the ways that we like. The only ways that I guess I should back up a little bit. So like my experience so far is like Ryziel, not so much Malice actually, but I'll get into Malice in a second because like the format's probably Ryziel, Fiendsmith, Pure Ryziel, Mitsuguri Ryziel, all those decks. Mitsuguri Ryziel at least can't play a lot of non-engine, so Mitsuguri Ryziel doesn't pertain to the same way, as Pure and Fiendsmith. Both Pure and Fiendsmith play a like absolutely ridiculous amount of non-engine, like like insane amount of non-engine, and generally they're playing hand traps. So our goal is to try to find a way, the best way to consistently push through 2 hand traps when you go first. And the answer is probably talents and more copies of mass change. I don't think I would want to main mass change because mass change is like, it's really not great going second into the format because like detonator just like absolutely destroys it's so good. But like if you are able to land a mass change, it actually makes this a detonator can't come back with Twins of the Eclipse, because this card absolutely destroys the format. Twins of the Eclipse. What are they? Eclipse Twins. Okay, those Twins of the Eclipse. Um. So yeah, this card just completely destroys the format. I think yeah, Impulse and Purge are like just really difficult for our deck to beat because like you can play more copies of Mass Change, right? But if you play more copies of not Mass Change, Poly, I'm sorry, but you're still relying on hard opening that Poly, or a hero lives and play Blazeman for it. And then if you do that, you're losing on non-engine. So like the numbers that I really like right now is what I'm trying to do. Does it share my entire screen? Oh, it doesn't. So you can't see my notepad. Okay. Well, I'll just read it out then. The numbers I've been liking 17 starters, especially because like with the starters that were like with the starters that we're playing, they're all one card starters except for Ferris. And now if you compare the list post SUDA to pre SUDA, then uh like the deck we play more hero names, so you're more likely to have one with Ferris now as well, especially because of the list that I'm playing with more copies of Adusted and less copies of Evil Assault. And that's because, yeah, I'm not playing the side package. So the side package, um, it's good. I just don't think it's the format for it because it seems like any of the decks that are playing breakers are playing multiples anyway. So cool, we set up the trap card, which again we have to do pretty much uninterrupted. We set up the trap card, we negate their first breaker, and then we get folded by the second. So like I would rather just Dark Angel them because we don't have there's no anima in the format. Like which is funny because I actually played against Snake Eye yesterday, but it was like a Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. They're just putting 2 bios on the board and then playing. They're playing Fiendsmith stuff. So it's like basically pure Fiendsmith with like a small Snake Eye backbone. But I just don't think the trap's like necessary for this format. I think if we're in a breaker format, we might play it. I'm trying without it. So the numbers that I like are 17 starters, 13 to 14 non-engine, and then 31 max engine. So these are the numbers that I liked after messing around, moving stuff around for math reasons. So, like, I'm considering either playing the second increase or playing the Dark Contact. Dark Contact's great. I did really like it yesterday. It gave the deck an extra push going second, but it was the problem that I was opening increase so much, and when you open increase, the ceiling of the deck's already going down. So even though like I had that extra push with Dark Contact, then it was just like it just didn't matter because I didn't have that extra push with Ferris. Because the goal of this list is they don't know exactly what we're doing. They negate something like Evil Assault or Dusted, but they're probably going to negate Evil Assault. I don't think most opponents are not going to be that not going to know that little. Then when we get to cross without using our normal summon, they're going to negate that. We then pivot to Ferris. If they negate Ferris, then we hard punish with a normal summon of Vion, for example. Or we hard punish with, like, they negate the cross search. We normal Stratos, grab Ferris, link 2 up into Infernal Devicer. Infernal Devicer grab Neos, and we make a small board that way. And it's just going to hopefully play into the... Cross is really powerful if it does resolve, though. But if we already have the pieces in the hand, we're just baiting them. Because we're in a hand trap format still. Like, no one's playing breakers. And if they are playing breakers, all the breaker decks get folded by Dark Angel, so you don't need the trap. So that's my reasoning behind why I'm not playing the Dark Contact in the main at the... I'm going to try it. Like, I might... Because I play without the Dark Contact. I'm sorry. I played with Dark Contact yesterday, played with one increase, and I drew increase like every other game. And like it's that shouldn't happen. The math is not supporting that. It shouldn't happen, but it is what happened. And I was having the problem of being able to like then it didn't matter what I played in my deck because I automatically lost one of my pushes. Like every game I drew it. Because Ferris represents one of the pushes that we're going for. We're going for a Cross Crusader push, a Ferris push, and then hopefully a way to Vion or a way to Fusion Destiny. Because like it seems like on average, they're doing the math to open 2 to 3 hand traps. And I mean, without mass change in talents, we can't beat that. Like we don't have the tools. Even if we play, so my whole point is, even if we play the big package, then we still have the same number of pushes. They just, like, we never get to that ending branch of Dark Supremacy, Dark Fusion, Super Poly. We never get there because they drew 3 non-engine anyway. So I'd rather condense the deck to be able to still have those 2 to 3 pushes, to then see cards like Mass Change Talents, Fusion Destiny more often that break that mold, that lets you beat past that. Because if you set up DPE, because Fusion Destiny by itself is DPE plus Plasma, through 3 hand traps, I mean, you put them on better. Unfortunately, Ryziel is a little bit too powerful, but you kind of put them on better habit. So I kind of like that because EXT outs Plasma, of course, which is so annoying. But I mean, that card's probably too powerful, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So it's kind of like the big package gives us an extra push, but it's very conditional, and the pieces seem to work together in a very particular order, and any kind of interruption on it, it feels really awkward, right? Like Dark Contact, I don't understand what made Konami think it was not okay for us to fuse from the hand with Dark Contact. Like, I think Dark Contact would be 100,000% a main deck. Like there's no question, because if you get stopped, you can go for a dusted off cross depending on how you open, right? And then you could Dark Contact for the Neos Lord by just summoning Infernal Devicer. The problem is the Neos get stuck in your hand now because you have to use them from the. So Dark Fusion solves that, but I don't understand why they couldn't have let Dark Contact use from the hand like that. Like there's so many like little things like that. Like one of my other problems that I've had, Dark Knight. Dark Knight can't summon back the Prisma because he's a fucking rock. Like it couldn't have been a fiend, but he could have been a warrior. Like, there's so many little nuances to this support that makes it so annoying. The fact that I really just want to play like the cards that always work. This version feels smooth. I'm not going to deny the fact that the big package has a giant ceiling, definitely a higher ceiling. I haven't gotten through this entire video yet, but a lot of Jaden BR's videos that I'm watching, there are legitimately some games that would not have been winnable without the big package. Specifically, one of the ones I remember was against Malice. He he needed that last push with the evil hero cards, but all the pieces kind of fell into place for that to happen. Some of the other replays I see, they're playing the big package and they're setting up like 50,000 damage, but like it was lethal with just wake up. Like they had lethal set up with just wake up. It's good for like showing off all the new support, but of course I generally try to look past that, and I look for just the most competitive like way to play the deck. Because I try to min max the deck, and that's what I've always tried to do, is make concessions like cutting Liquid Soldier, even though it feels great and it raised our ceiling. You had to make concessions to try to make the deck more consistent and make it more viable, competitively viable, in my opinion. There's just a few things like that that's so frustrating. So like the solution is you play Dark Contact and Dark Fusion, because you could like, I was doing something where like I sided Dark Fusion when I went first, so if I got stopped, I could still end on Neos Lord sometimes. But the problem is, realistically, we're using Cross to get our piece to try to play through hand traps. So like, I'm sure, I mean, we all play Hero. Y'all know those hands of Ferris, Pitch, Mally, and like why those are like some of the best hands, because it plays through a hand trap by itself. Basically, what a Dusted and by proxy Evil Assault does is it makes it so that you're going to see those kind of like, you can pick your combination of how to like combo more often, because obviously this card equals Cross without your normal summon, and Cross without your normal summon equals any hero card you want. So it lets you kind of pick a piece, and then you can kind of play around with it. So like, if you're missing, like if you draw Ferris, for example, you could grab Shadow Mist in that hand to where you can grab Vion. If you already have Vion, you have Ferris, and you have another piece of and you have another like hero name, you can play around like 3 hand traps. Like, you're just kind of picking that piece of what like specific hero name you want. I think that's what I'm using the support for, and I think it's really good at that. Uh, yeah, the second wake up's just so that like they can't call our bluff with our reset of Miracle Fusion. You can cut Fua for any other piece of non-engine, I think. You could just play Ash. Like, I'm only playing Fua to give myself the highest chance to sack my opponent. That's why I almost play Droll in the main. Because, like, on average, so, like, going through the math that I was talking about. So, this is the one that I use. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Party one, but so like I'm playing 13 on engine here. I think that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the non-engine. So let's say just to draw one, you're opening 5. You have an 84% to see it. So you and let me just show the other context real quick. And you have less than a 50% to see 2. So this is game 1, of course, post game 2, and this is also in 5. But Fuwa has to be in 5. You want in any hand trap generally, you want those to be very impactful, and Fuwa has the highest impact, but you can get away with other non-engine. Droll's not better than Ash because Droll is more conditional in the matchups. I like it because it gives us the highest chance to sack Ryziol. It really lowers their ceiling, but then you still have to draw an out to detonator, which is why I'm kind of iffy about the talents because they're not outs to detonator. I mean, I don't think it'd be a not necessarily a benefit, like a non-beneficial, but I also don't want to like I don't know, like I don't want to offend anybody by like saying there's like you know what I'm saying, like I don't want any um like bad I don't know vibes. Like it's not bad vibes. I'm just analyzing the replays on like not even what they could have done. I don't even analyze it for what I'm just specifically looking for. Like what if the I'm looking for the arguments of big package versus what I'm doing with the support. Yes, I favorite contact for Neos Lord. You could. I'm almost. It's sad. I'm almost not playing him, and I'm playing Dystopia. But Dystopia comes up if you have Sunrise. This guy comes up even if you get stopped, and you can put any 2 bodies on the board. You can just make Infernal, and Infernal grabs Neos. Then you can thrust for favorite contact, and then you can make Neos Lord through multiple interruptions. And like Neos Lord is really hard to out when made with favorite contact. So if you play, so like I'm not, obviously there's no fusion spell for him. You literally can't summon him besides favorite contact. But I like the idea of being able to go like I like the idea of being able to game 1 if you could still set another imperm if you want to, but making Neos Lord with any 2 like being able to convert your your engine pieces into any 2 bodies, I think is like pretty I think is pretty important. I go into Shiny Neos Wingman. It's actually funny because I was watching one of the replays and they made it going second. And like, so you can make it going second sometimes. Usually you make it off of favorite contact. Like, it's nice to have the option because like, it's not like complete. This is something that takes like game knowledge of if taking their monster is better than destroying it. Like sometimes, because like Fiendsmith removal's not very good against them because they can like completely play in the graveyard sometimes, depending on the hand. But with the Neos Lord, depending on the number of like light fiends they have in grave, Neos Lord taking their light fiend can actually have an impact. That's just it just gives you another option, and also like between the Neos Lord. But most of the time, you're gonna go for Shiny Neos Wingman because Shiny Neos Wingman pops on average 2 and up to like 3, up to 4, but usually it's gonna be like on average 2 to 3. So it's really subjective on like when you go into Shiny Neos Wingman versus when you go to Neos Lord. But because I'm playing Thrust in the main deck to set favorite contact game 1, because Thrust is one of the best non-engine we can play. Sanctum and Different Dimension Ground. Different Dimension Ground's definitely cuttable. I'm just playing it for Rogue right now because like I'm still playing at locals and stuff, and like I like to win a mat. Yesterday I didn't win either of the mats. So I had to buy them. So I just they won them. I'm like I'll like you want to get rid of them? I'll buy them right now. So I walked away with 2 mats, but I did not win them, which is pretty sad. Because I usually win most of this. I usually win a sneak peek mat, but yeah, it's a tragedy. I assume that means that they lost. Sucks. Uh, let's see. But yeah, you could replace the Fua with sometimes I have a bad problem not completing my thoughts because my mouth moves my brain moves faster than my mouth sometimes. So, but you could replace the Fua with a different piece of non-engine if you'd like. I'm even iffy about thrust. It's funny because like if I didn't play thrust, I wouldn't even play Neos Lord, which means I'm playing 2 cards from SUDA, which is kind of ridiculous that they gave us 9 cards and like 2 of them are like for sure playable. I mean, I'm not sponsored by Konami for sure. I used to be on a team, on a Yu-Gi-Oh team, but the store closed down, so I'm no longer sponsored by my hobbies are definitely Yu-Gi-Oh, and I also build Lego models. That's my other hobby. And I was getting I kind of play Pokemon TCG casually, but it's my other hobbies besides Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I'd show you the. It's dark in my room, but I have a giant Lego bat cave behind me. It's my other hobby. 2 insane money sinks. I mean, yeah, I could go if someone wants to send in replays. I can look at that. I can do ideal starting hand with the new support. Oh wait, let's see. See, this is what I need Jai Gun for. Um, the second wake up is like I just don't want people to call my bluff with the because we reset the Miracle Fusion off of Wonder Driver still a lot. I don't want them to like call my bluff and like because like if not, we don't have a target. We could theoretically go Miracle Fusion for Flame Wing Man after we put it back the Infernal Rage, grab the trap again, and then make Neos Lord later. But I don't know. I don't like online Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know why. I don't know why. I really hate Master Duel. I'm not Master. Well, I hate Master Duel because of the ban list. I hate Dueling Book because of the people. But Dueling Books I think is like the best platform for competitive. But like the people are miserable, and like I I don't want to be like like if I click like accidentally click on something, they might just like not let you take it back. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, it's like online Yu-Gi-Oh. For some duels. So the duels thing is like because I don't like playing online Yu-Gi-Oh, and I don't have a setup to like remote duel yet. My situation, my idea for solving the live because people want like live duels is I was gonna like remote duel people. I have a few people I was gonna like see if they would like a few like YCS champs or something like that just to uh like just to kind of get some of those games and like like being able to play them and get to cherry pick what what games I show off because there's a lot of games of Yu-Gi-Oh where you don't actually learn very much. Like against Malice, you're probably gonna floodgate hand trap them, and then they're probably gonna pass, or you're not going to, and they're gonna completely FTK you, or you're gonna draw a floodgate hand trap. They're gonna end on pretty much nothing, and there's really not much to learn from that. Like or you're gonna get triple hand trapped, end on nothing, and die, and then there's nothing to learn from that either. So it's one of those things that I think Yu-Gi-Oh as a spectator game is I'll say generally pretty terrible, but there are certain formats that are actually really fun to watch. Like this format, if you're playing Fiendsmith Ryziel versus Fiendsmith Ryziel, is actually really, really interesting. Like it's actually a good format. Dweller ruins it a little bit, but like you can actually win going second, like very consistently. And I think it's a sign of a healthy format. But when you're not playing Fiendsmith Ryziel, then the format starts to feel a little bit worse. Like we just get destroyed by if we get double hand trap, for example. Generally, our best end board is plasma plus DPE, but then they just have a searchable out to stop the plasma, and then DPE is not enough because all their extenders search more extenders. So it's like those cards are a little bit too good, but they have to be too good to beat like their own deck going second. Which, if you're playing the mirror, it's great, but if you're not playing the mirror, then we just get power crept. Yeah, I can show my other list. Oh, let me answer another question too, but I'll show my other list. Yeah, then break every game at locals. The ban list is wonky. Yeah, it looks good. Master Duel was the best simulator ever played, but I don't want to play a format that I'm never gonna play. I would probably play Master Duel. I'd probably make Master Duel content if it was a TCG. I like the TCG format. I play the TCG format. I don't want to go home and play a different format. There was another question I saw that was like the people. Oh, most behaving you encounter here and then in TCG. You talking about like in person competing? Like what's like the kind of behavior that okay. Um like I don't know. Usually I'm like a very nice dude. I think especially when it comes to competing, like I let my opponent take things back. I communicate very well. I have a good genuine understanding of the game state, so like generally things don't get too bad to where we have to call a judge. So like usually I don't really have too many bad like I don't have too many like bad experiences in person. The only time sometimes is like I'll politely ask them to play faster because we're getting close to time. And like I'm generally very nice about it, but people don't like being told they're playing slow. So it's probably the only thing that's annoying is time rules. Uh you can play it with the small list. So let me show that. So is this what I played last night? Yeah, this is what I played last night. I like this list a lot. I like this list more than my other list. I'm just gonna emotional game because like I just don't want like I drew increase every game and like I would have won a lot of those games if I didn't play it if I played two. But this list plays Dark Contact, and what you're doing with the Dark Contact is if you open like a Hero Lives, for example, or Evil Assault, you can make the Darkest Night, which can threaten a few cards, with only using a Hero Lives or Evil Assault plus a discard. Unfortunately, but Darkest Night like actually ended up being like the diamond in the rough because this card is really, really, really easy to summon. The difference between this card and like Malicious Bane is Malicious Bane's fusion material is like super specific, and generally you have to start playing a little bit more. Like for example, you have to commit the Vision package, or you have to commit to Malicious, or you have to commit to X and Y and Z. While this you can just summon full with any warrior, any fiend. So generally what you'll do is like for a Hero Lives, for example, you can simply go Stratos effect, add a Dusted, pitch a Dusted, grab Dark Contact, put those back, the Stratos and the Dusted. And then you can make a Darkest Night to threaten. We didn't use our normal summon there, and we didn't use the Vision Hero package yet. And that's kind of what the big package is trying to accomplish as well, is have like another threat, especially going second. And I think just playing Dark Contact accomplishes the same thing. The main problem with that is the fact that Dark Knight doesn't float back into Prison because Prison's a rock, which is extremely annoying. But it's been pretty good for me, especially because him randomly being 1600 actually a really good number, which is very random. Yesterday I had a game against Pure Fiendsmith where they ended on SP and Desiree, where the Dark Knight threatened both of their, like, it threatens Desiree because they lose the attack, and it threatens SP. So I go attack the SP, he could let it go, or if I attack the Fiendsmith, they also have to negate it because it threatens both, which is pretty interesting. So I like Darkest Night a lot. I think it's like the diamond in the rough. And I think for the small package, I definitely recommend it over Malicious Bane. Do you play 2 Dark Law for resetting Mass Change with Wonder Driver? Yes, and I'm also trying to play way more. I'm trying to play more copies of Mass Change in general because it's really good at beating the high amounts of non-engine in the format. Because like how I was saying that, like because like how I was saying where trying to get my thought process back. Where like talents and Mass Change are some of the only cards that like you can play to beat that 3rd hand trap or that 4th hand trap, because there are Ryziel is built to see, they might see Engraver Ice 4 hand traps, and those games are not very winnable, honestly, but I still want to give myself the best chance. It really sucks because that matchup, if you get to Dark Law, is pretty powerful. The problem is, how are you supposed to beat Engraver Ice 4 hand traps? You're going to end on nothing. Like, our deck just isn't meant to beat that, which is very sad that you have to rely on them opening weak, and you have to open pretty decent to be able to beat some of these Ryziel hands. But if they open well, you're not winning that game. It's just is what it is. Decided the second Mass Change. So my siding patterns for going first. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anyone's questions. I know Inley was answering someone's, but you would lose out on stars. You're right. I think you're talking about what I'm talking about with the dark contact stuff. Because you can do it, but it's actually pretty good because you're only committing one of these cards. Of course, you need another way to play, but if you opened all engine, it gives you another push. Let me do the siding thing too. So just a very simple going first siding pattern that I like to do is I like to go this for Fua, this. This list is so easy to side with. And then you pick one of these, or you can pick more of these if you want. Like against Fiendsmith Ryziel, I actually like both of these because Barrier beats one half their deck. This one beats the other half of their deck. They're one-ofs, but like you just have to hope you get it right. And I mean, obviously take out Fuba because it sucks, and as long as you just take out the 3 droplet, and that's sick. And then you can take out 1 Imperm if you want to add in more. You can go here if you want, but I don't think Dark Angel's very good against them. You could, if you wanted to, add in the 3 Droll. I think Thrust is also really good because a lot of people are on Bestials right now. So it also hard punishes that. So that's just some sample siding patterns. It's very, very simple to side with this list. And yeah, it is pretty... Okay, so let's see. So that's that question. Yeah, it's funny that Darkest Night's an Earth. If it was a Dark, it makes like the Fusion Destiny kill a lot easier, but so does Neos Lord, so... Yeah, it does suck because our engine's old. Could you help me adjust? Or you can send me the list. If you send the list, then I can take a look. I might have a list that looks very I'd be very down to like review your list if you want. Also compete with Omni in tournaments, or is it dead? So define compete. You have to set your own goals, right? Like, so for competing, like for me, I almost topped Nats 2023. That should be 2023. Yeah, the cash format, because that was actually a really good format for the deck, because there was really only one card in the format that was like really degenerate that we couldn't interact with very well, which was Shifter. But when Cash didn't see Shifter, the books play really well in Hero, so like that was like one of the best formats we're ever gonna have for a Hero ever. And I'm very disappointed in some of my choices in deck building because I should have topped that tournament. So I was very well prepared, but I made some poor choices in deck building. While I think other people made better choices in deck building, which caused them to do well. But I lost the last round of Nats to the guy who ended up getting second the whole tournament. So not the worst thing ever. You know, obviously he's a good player and he can get that far. So I was close to topping that, and I have a few regional tops. I have two out of like I think I've been to 10 regionals, so 2 out of 10 is actually pretty good, especially if you're playing a rogue deck. Um, so it's just kind of one of those things that like you have to set goals for yourself. You're not gonna win the YCS. You're just not. Like unless it's the format for the deck, you're not gonna probably even top the YCS. It's about setting goals. Like last format, the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, because Fiendsmith just came out, they were setting posted in the chat. Sorry, I just saw your message. Post your list in the chat. So like because other people can see it too. And I think it's very helpful to help other people too, like showing off their list. Um I forgot. Oh, yeah, and oh, well that works too. All right. A picture would be better, but if not, I can figure that out. I can read it. Uh, is it? I'm trying to go back on that. Oh, so that format, Fiendsmith Snake Eye was setting D barrier from their deck. They were searching D barrier, and like that format was horrible. And I almost day two'd it. So I was pretty proud of almost day twoing an event where I was getting D barrier. Like if you lose the dice roll, you lost the match. Almost like you lost the match. Like automatically because they search D barrier and the deck can't beat it. Like you can't even play D Force. You can't play like there's nothing you can play there like that actually lets you win that game if they search D barrier plus the rest of their engine. Um, let's see. Went back to this. Oop, lost it. There we go. Yeah. So like that basically I'm reading message by message. Sorry. So yeah, he pretty much you're playing a rogue deck versus meta decks, and some games are just unwinnable. So that is exactly right. I mean, I definitely think I'm a good player. I think if I played a meta deck, I think I could definitely top a YCS. I think I put in the work. But it's just one of those things you're gonna lose to people like you're just gonna lose to players that you probably shouldn't lose to, but just is what it is. How do you test on Dueling Book? I so you can either like I don't know if you're necessarily talking about me specifically. I will generally host a room and have someone that I deem as a quality player join, and then we'll play so we can talk it out sometimes. Um, that's generally what we do because I wouldn't just play against any random person on this platform. It's just, but if you want to play ranked, this is ranked. Ranked is pretty good for if you want to really learn and grind. It's just Dueling Books just not very fun in my opinion. Let's see. So now I'm gonna look at this deck list. Neo Shadow Mist. Don't need solid. Don't need liquid. Stratos. Honest. Don't need Blaze Man's an okay option. I like Blaze Man. 2 Vine. Should probably play 3 Ferris. Probably. Oh, this is um pre SUDA. Let's see. So that's the thing. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh online, so I could maybe like collect some replays. Like when we do the play testing, but they're not clean replays. Like we're moving cards back. We're put like we're not. It's not super clean replays. Uh, let me go back to this list. So if this is pre-Suda, you can still play the deck, but I think pre-Suda you have to play close to 40. I think post-Suda we got enough quality extenders. You can go past 40. Excuse me, but I think pre-40 pre-Suda. Let me see if I even have a list. I'm sure I have a list, but these are all hero lists by the way. This is just insane amount of let's see. Do I have I'm trying to remember if I have one. This one maybe? This is an okay list. I can send a screenshot to I think Ruggles play I think this is the list that I have an Aqua Neos in here, but extra deck could probably use a little bit of work, but there's just a lot of things that I would like I would do this. You could probably change a few things, but like wiretap is too slow. A lot of one ofs. Um, like you should definitely play 3 Fusion Destiny. You don't really need e-call. Like it's just like a lot of like a Hero Lives you got to max out on. Book of Eclipse is fine to 2 of. Drop it, you got to play 3. Foolish is limited. Crossout's limited, depending on what format you play. Well, let's see. Let me get back to this, and I'll answer that. Maybe not now, but could it be helpful to see your crib? So, yeah, I could definitely see how, like, it's, like, basically, it's just sequencing. No matter what, it's just sequencing. And some hands are easier than others, but, um, like, like this hand's very obvious you're sequencing. Some hands aren't, but it's all about sequencing. Whether you going second into a board or you're going first, because the way Yu-Gi-Oh is a beautiful game where like there's so much interaction that your first turn you have to still think about your sequencing, which is what makes it such a difficult game. Because like it depends on your hand, right? Like some of these hands are very easy to pilot, and if they have the answers, they have the answers. I mean, this hand plays through 2 hand traps and ends on stuff. Like it just it just really depends, man. Like it's kind of hard to the thought process thing. Yeah, I'm gonna try to record some games, but it's not very easy to because I generally play only at locals and I can't record at locals. Mind games is yeah, you have to define mind games like screaming. Well, uh, yeah, you can't do that. I actually think it's also a gray area for you to count summons if you don't have nib, because like you're misrepresenting the game state or something like that. Like you could be they could push that way. Probably not, but like no, you have to maintain. Both players are like forced to maintain the game state. Am I frozen? It's a good question. Yeah, you can say how many summons is that, but like it gets a little bit of a gray area because I think I remember a story of like somebody like counting the summons and like not having nib and like because it's technically time wasting because you don't have nib. It can get to like kind of a weird gray area of like misrepresenting the game state. You can yeah, I mean you can try. Funny. But yeah, it's all about sequencing. So like with this build, what I'm doing with it is I guess the easiest way to show an example. I'm just gonna show a really good hand. Like, because someone asked, what's the god hand? That hand was pretty good. But let's say, let's say, I mean, like, for right now, a god hand is what you want is the fact that like you want to play through the max amount of hand traps because that's what most people are playing. We'll grab Fusion Destiny because I mean it's just so broken. And then we'll do any discard, right? So like one of the things you can do is like, well, also, actually, we'll do this instead. Like this hand's crazy. So like, what you can do is you can go here, grab the evil assault with the anti-discard, go here, summon the prison. This card dumping for cost is like it's never going to like, trying to think of the right word for it, is like people get really freaked out when you dump for cost. So like they're not going to imperm or ash it, of course, because it's dumping for cost. Like you go effect and you pick up your deck. So they're not going to go like imperm like unless they don't understand what's going on. But I mean, obviously, I'm going to assume my opponent's like smarter than that. So what you can do here is obviously go the route that I was referring to. Why you play the second Wonder Driver is now we get here. This is just an example. It's very subjective. So we link these two. We go here. We summon, and I don't know. They might imperm it. I don't know. The card summons the hero back and then searches them on. Like, right? So, like, who knows? I mean, so after this pivot, what we could then do is this gets stopped. We could try going for Ferris. Ferris gets stopped. We could like normal Vion. We could also, for example, if this was Stratos instead, we could, and this gets stopped, we can normal Stratos. Grabbing Ferris. Then we can link these two up into Infernal, like I was talking about. And this gets you ending on something. This will be the trap. This will be the trap plus the DP. So it's just kind of like one of those things. Like it's very subjective, but like with you starting with the evil cards, you get to kind of sculpt your hand after because if cross resolves, you can grab the denier and then you can kind of play around with that, or you can grab Shadow Mist to then grab Vion. So if the Ferris gets stopped, you still get the poly and you can still end on something. It's just it's kind of like it's really subjective, but it's one of those things that like you get to use a dust to sculpt your hand, and that was an example of a hand that plays through two hand traps. The third is when it gets really difficult. Like when you see hands like a hero lives, it really helps because it summons. You get access to another attribute, as well as like you get to add another hero monster to kind of god hand them a little bit more. You got to kind of sculpt your hand whenever you go first, because I mean, three hand traps, right? I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, I mean, it sucks, but like if they draw well, our deck just doesn't have the tools to do that. They gave us some good tools, but in that example, right? Even if I'm playing the giant evil hero package and they negate evil assault, it didn't matter what I was playing. They were gonna negate it anyway. Yeah, increase in violence to choke point, and it'll continue being the choke point until they release support that gets us. We need alternate ways to poly, which the evil hero cards do that, but like I don't know. I just don't like the dark. Like you have to play like 5 more brick. Like you have to play at least non-exaggerating 3 more bricks into the deck for an advantage that's like not even like that great. You have to go up card count. Yeah, there is a world where you play. So Blade. So I'll take those two things separate, and I'll discuss each one of them. Let me see. Let me answer this one question before I. Could you maybe do a video where you show more random hands, show which hand trap attacks your line, and what you could do from there? It's not a bad video. Test hand videos do not do well at all, but it's not a bad idea. So Blazeman and multiple poly. So I used to be the number one double poly defender. I was like, you're trolling if you don't play 2 poly. You lose so much follow up, etc. So when you open poly is the definition of a conditional extender. It is either the best card in your hand or it's gonna brick you because it doesn't actually do anything on its own. It is purely an extender, and because of the way the fusion mechanic works, we have to first grab the fusion materials to then grab, like, for Poly to even be live at that point. So depending on where we get stopped, Poly can literally just brick. Like, it can cause you to brick, and it's very conditional. Double Poly does open up some interesting lines though, which I like, but every card past this 31 card sweet spot that I'm liking at the moment in deck building is the fact that you have to weigh that card as, is this better than non-engine? Like, more non-engine, right? And generally the answer is just no. So Blazeman's also interesting because it lets you convert a hero lives to grabbing Poly. But again, we are a two-part deck. Hero at its base core needs to see polymerization, and the monsters required to fusion summon the monsters, right? Generally, this requires us to get Malicious Engraved to be able to get going. None of which Blazeman or Poly does on its own. So it's like kind of one of those things that, like, it's really good, but it also can be really bad. And I don't know if I want cards like that in my deck, because in the normal line of hero, you don't realize what you're doing, but what you're doing is you are setting up grabbing Poly and grabbing up the conditions to be met for Poly to be live. That's the entirety of what you're doing in a hero combo. I hope that answers the question. I feel like I kind of answered both. Blazeman has another really interesting use of, if your Vion gets impermed on summon, which is very, very specific, and you had enough bodies, you can, depending on what you draw, because you still need another body in hand to fuse with, you can actually full combo. But it's like a 4-card combo, and it's like, I don't know. I don't really like it that much. It's too conditional. But I played Blazeman at Nats, and I didn't top because of it, so. But I still like Blazeman. I wouldn't play that card. It's like playing Pot of Avarice, the positive acquisitiveness. Because, like, you put them back in the deck, and it's not bad, but we have plenty of ways to recycle Mally. It also does nothing on its own. We just need... I mean, that's really what we need. We need another way to grab Poly. Like, that's what we've always needed. And they refuse to give it to us. 2 Adusta, 1 EA, 2 Poly. Because I wanted 17 starters specifically. And I'm not including Prison as a starter. I wanted 17. 17 is a great number for a starter. I think it's going to give me the bug. Nope, okay, we did it. I think it's a good number for a long tournament. I like 17. So if you cut Poly, you're messing with the math of starters. I mean, if you cut an Adusted for Poly, you're messing with the Also, Stratos is our worst normal summon now. So like you don't want to normal summon Stratos. If you can avoid it, you don't want to. It just plays into everything. So like it plays into Ogre, it plays into everything. Yeah, we could do it with Dark Contact, Favorite Contact, Denier. We have plenty of ways to do it. And yeah, the Blazeman that can summon itself for free, it's what we need. Another cool thing with Blazeman. So Shifter's one of those weird things. So Blazeman, you're correct, doesn't play into Shifter, but think about the times in which that would come up. So I assume you want to Blazeman for the Flame Wingman to be able to get into the trap, to get into Shinia's Wingman. Okay, so that's the line we're going to assume. You'd have to hard open Blazeman plus an E-Hero because you can't cross search them. You can't do it, or you'd have to open. Generally, you'd have to open a hero lives, and if you open a hero lives, you can just make Baguska. So I never think that Blaze Man is better than putting one card in your extra deck. I'm not gonna rant on it because that is a good idea. The Woodsman, but I hate the solution of decks being a link monster because we're not a link based deck. We're not like a link monster deck. So there are cards that they could give us that aren't link monsters that could fix it. Obviously, I would love that card. I mean, that card's insane. A link one that grabs Poly, like insane, and it would fix so many things. But I also would prefer them fix the deck not using a link monster because we're not a link mechanic deck, which is kind of what they've started to do. Like we got link monsters because we had to get link monsters because of Master Rule 3 or 4. I don't remember the number. Whatever it was, we had to summon to the zone that the link monsters point to. They had to give us link monsters, but now they don't have to anymore. So I don't want them to give us link monsters anymore. That's a pile of cards for sure. Ash, Poplar. Then they're both at one. Is Master Duel? Yeah, it has to be Master Duel. Wait, no. They're both at one in TCG too, right? They are. Okay, so this is a TCG list. I thought for some reason. Oh, Bonfire's at 2. Okay, okay. So and Wanted's at 1. That I know for sure and cross out. Okay, it's a Master Duel. This might be more playable than Hero because you can Solde combo. I think if a Solde was still legal, which obviously it shouldn't be because that card's degenerate, I think that would have been the best version for us right now. I think Omni's just really difficult. You know, he's memeing with that list, but literally the best version of Hero is gonna be the Fiendsmith Hero if that stuff lives until then. The deck's actually like it's Yubel, but it's worse Yubel, but it's the worst Fiendsmith deck, but the best Hero deck. So take it for what you can. Like if you want to play Hero, that's gonna be the way to play it. But we don't know if this stuff's gonna live. We don't know if we don't know if Fiendsmith's gonna live. That's gonna be the main thing. I hope it does because I'd like to get to play it for once. But it's good in the context of a hero deck, but in the context of a Fiendsmith deck, it's not good. If you see what I'm saying. You think it's better going second than Yubel? I don't know. Like the I guess into Detonator because the continuous spell gets popped by Detonator. Maybe so. Because the continuous spell is really good at going second for Yubel, I find. But so does Hero, right? Like Hero, we need our increase to result. Like I agree, but I think Hero, like at least pre Fiendsmith Hero, has a lot of the same problems. I think post the Fiendsmith stuff's gonna really help. Like really help. Fiendsmith, it is gonna get hit, but we don't know how. Hero support is coming in Alliance Insight. We get a non like a non xenophobic hero monster for once because it doesn't lock you and it summons itself for free. I mean, that's literally what that's like. That is the I mean, that is the definition. It can only play hero cards. Like it can't play anything else. We could always use more. So isn't playing more hit traps. So that's the age old like that is the math with without the logic approach that I see a lot of people take. They'll put together. I'm specifically answering the question about the higher deck count. So people build 60 because it has the best starter to whatever, like, you know what I mean? It has the best ratio. The thing though about it is that, like, we're still in this format specifically still very, very reliant on playing through hand traps, and nothing does that better than our tried and true A Hero Lives in Fusion Destiny. Playing the lowest count. I mean, see, yeah, like, see, there you go. My strongest soldier. Uh, they're all starters are not the same. They're not. Normal summoning Stratos is a weak hand. You want to clump those like really high impact starters together, and that's why I like, you can get away with 50. You can get away with 60. But in my opinion, you're going to have to get luckier on that day, because you're going to have to you're still going to need to see that A Hero Lives in that Fusion Destiny often to be able to play through like everything. Uh yeah, it's to dodge hand traps, cuz like the problem is that, like, our deck can play through our deck plays through one hand trap now like it's nothing. The days of us getting Ash on our increase in passing, even though it wasn't extremely often, that literally, like, that is a very small percentage chance for us to open that hand now, because we're playing less Stratos. Like, Stratos is not a good normal summon anymore. You still need to get access to him, but I like to get access to him later after I've started playing, or at least try to bait a hand trap or two. That's actually a great idea. I'm gonna do that. All counts of Bible. So, but I like one mass change in the main, and the rest in the side, and this would be because, like, with mass change isn't very good going second. So I want as much non-engine as possible, and then I want the extra copies of matching because it's only good going first in the side. Yes, I'm gonna put this right here first though, and then I'll see. So it's just a combo. Oh, I should put it here. It's probably fine. You assault pitch Shadow Mist can grab Stratus. I'll probably grab Ferris there. I probably wouldn't normal summon Stratos, and then I'd grab like, because you're still playing without your normal summon. So what I would do is, so instead of grabbing Stratos to normal summon there, what I would do is, I don't mind the line of play. You're cutting off Dark Law, unfortunately, but what you can do is that's a fine level of play. Shadow Mist gets ashed. Oh, you're kind of screwed. So, like, I don't mind pitching Mally and then sending Denier off of prison, but with the line that you did specifically, what you can do is you can go Shadow Mist effect, grab Ferris, skip the Stratos to still keep your cross live. So that way, if they negate, like, your Ferris, for example, or your increase, for example, you're still leaving the option live for you to be able to go to cross to grab Vion. Now, unfortunately, with this hand is the fact that this hand only plays through one hand trap, which you only saw one way to play, so that's not the worst thing ever, really, because you really only saw one way to play. So being able to still play through one hand trap while only seeing one way to play is still pretty powerful by, like, all things considered, especially for a rogue deck. But I would have gone, basically, so far, I would have gone Shadow Mist, grab Ferris, pitch Mally, still send Denier with Prison at some point, but that's what I would have done. And then you do that's effect, hidden grab, increase tribute to summon the Vion. Uninterrupted is uninterrupted, of course. So you're playing the full package, okay. Oh, well, maybe not the full package, maybe just the stuff to grab the trap. That's fine. Going for plasma, yep, because we lost out on. You could also, I'm not sure where this is going, but you could also not do that and save the bodies. Oh well. What? So I don't know if you're going. Are you? If you're going for the trap, what you do is you don't link away Doom Prison. You banish Mally and summon a copy first, and then what you do is you grab off of Cross. You grab a Dusted. Oh, okay, okay. So what I probably still would have done is I still would have gone because I'm not playing Necrom, so I'm not sure. Because so Necrom's only going to summon a Dusted, right? I don't like Necrom at all in the list with just Dark Contact. I don't like it, but you can still play it. But I don't like Necrom unless you're going for the trap line. So what I would do is I would still grab a Dusted and not Plasma. And what I would probably do, because we had the Denier and the Malian rotation, I would summon Dark Knight. You should be probably playing Dark Knight if you're playing Dark Contact. And I would sit on that and leave Plasma in deck and keep a Malicious live. Or, because you're playing Necrom, you can leave Necrom live for the rest of your turn. So if you get Nibiru'd, you end on Plasma Pass. Plasma, depending on where they Nibiru you. So if you activate Poly here, trying to think of how. Well, so this would be a Dusted. So you'd banish Mally, summon, link those two up to keep a Mally banished so that you can recycle it with the Dark Knight. What you would do is you'd go Cross, grab a Dusted pitch, add the Dark Contact early as possible for the Darkest Night. Sit on Darkest Night till the end of your combo. You can fuse him for DPE later. And thanks for joining. You can go for Darkest Night. So like you still leave the option for Plasma later. What you'll do is you'll fuse away the Darkest Night later. But we're just like that just means you have the insurance from Nib the entire combo. Even if they open Imperm Nib, which would sometimes make it so we end on nothing, we're still ending on Plasma plus the trap if they have Imperm Nib. And Nib's actually pretty popular right now with Malice in the format. So I would have done that. So Plasma's left in deck. Maybe it would be easier for me to play this hand. Would that be easier? Okay. Let me instead, because right now I'm just describing like abstract, like I'm describing like abstract, turn like it. Oh, we already used a Dusted to start. That's why. Okay, never mind. You wouldn't do that. Duh. For some reason, I thought we started Evil Assault. So yeah, you probably played it as best. You probably played it. You probably played it fine. If you, but I do want to talk about what would happen if you did start Evil Assault instead. So like, I was probably considering playing 3 Evil Assault, 1 a Dusted for this reason exactly. I'll showcase what you do with that. That's my bad. I just went on this whole rant about what you would do, and I thought you started Evil Assault and not a Dusted, which actually makes a giant difference. Which is also something really annoying about the support. So if you play Dark Contact, I actually like 3 Evil Assault, 1 a Dusted, especially because if you play the second increase, you're keeping a similar number of hero names as we did before, if you're able to fit everything. And if you're fitting Necrom, probably what I would have done is just cut Necrom, play Dark Contact, and then play the second increase. Well, you're on 50 cards, so yeah, you can play both. You can fit both too. So let's grab that whole hand again. I think it's actually a really cool concept. This, and then 2 pieces of non-engine. This hand's nice. Where am I tripping? Oh, it's Mally. Oh, shit, you're right. I gotta grab a different list. I think this one has Dark Contact. It's a pretty good hand. I think this one has Dark Contact. Alright. So we grab this. We'll grab Evil Assault. Because I want to. Of course, in this hand, you drew the Dusted. So I think you played it pretty much as close as you could. But there's like a few things I would change, but I like this hand's more interesting to talk about. And then I'll grab Fua because you had Ash, but I don't have Ash in this list. Okay, so what I would do is I'd probably do this. This is a live piece of non-engine. Generally, I'm always pitching this off of. I'm generally always pitching this off of. Actually, I actually think you're right. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Because if Shadow Mist gets ashed, you could go. You could go the prison, dump the Mally. When you're stuck with a Mally in hand, Mally banish, summon, link into Wonder, and you're stuck with a Mally in hand. I don't think it really matters, but we're still gonna pitch this. I think I'd rather do this, and then we'll declare here, and then we'll dump Denier. Oh, that's not meant to click. Yeah, you legitimately probably tribute summon Mally. I would see if there's a way that we could not do that, but like a way to pitch it, but probably go here. Probably go here. Link these two up. I don't know if this necessarily plays. I mean, it's still one way of interaction. There's a reason. There's a reason why you play. Or sorry, you can use it. You can play less Ferris. One of the lists I have plays less Ferris. We can just do something like this. And what we can do is we can go here, discarding, and then effects. We can go here, add a dusted. So I like to do is before I do anything else, this is that concept I was talking about with Dark Knight. I really, really, really like setting up Dark Knight early. It's just so good, and you get to recycle a Bally. It's so good at playing, like, I think a lot of people are going to be on Nib. So, just leaving this guy on board, and then, like, eventually leaving, like, a Mally in deck or whatever, it just makes it so that if they ever tribute off your stuff, like, you're able to... Oh, I needed to grab my normal summon. I think you do have to normal summon Stratos. Like, you still have to grab Stratos normal summon, and then you do the same thing, you grab Ferris. So you have the other attribute, since we're doing the Dark Knight stuff. Now you're pretty insulated from Nib. Where before, we had to hope to get all the way to the end phase before we got insulated from Nib. Now, we just need Dark Contact to resolve, and as long as we keep a Mally live, or Denier live, generally we're going to use Denier, put Mally on top, and we're going to keep that Mally, that when we would keep for follow-up in deck, we're keeping that Mally live for in case we get Nibiru. And then as long as we have Stratos plus Dark Knight set up, I mean, we're chilling. We get Nib, we end on Plasma, and then it's really good against Malice. Ryziel has 6 outs to the Plasma, besides Imperm, of course, but at least we're putting them on better habit. Then you can just do your normal line from here. I mean, you're gonna set up Plasma plus. So like, let's say, like, I don't think. I mean, they might Nibiru you here. They really shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ferris needing a hero name discard can be problematic, but it's still it still is involved in some of our best hands, and it gives us that second push that we need, or our first push to then normal summon something to give us our second push. So it's absolutely necessary to play 3. I tried playing with 1, but you can't have lists with 1, but that was what I found with it. I don't think they're gonna nib you here. If anything, they might try to keep us off of Poly, which is actually pretty good if that's the route that they want to go for. Like, if they decide they want to nib you here, it's pretty good to nib us here, I think. Like I wouldn't hate Nibiruing my opponent here because they haven't gotten access to Poly yet. It does get hard punished by Fusion Destiny, but Fusion Destiny punishes so many things. It's one of the things you don't play around. It hard punish it, like, you don't really get hard punished by much else there. Like, Book of Eclipse doesn't do it. Like, nothing else does it right here. Oh, okay. So let's say, because this is a good place to nib here. I mean, it's pretty easy. So they go nib, they tribute all our stuff. We get one giant token, and then they have nib. So Dark Knight's gonna trigger because when he is sent, if a special summon monster card in your opponent's control, in your owner's control, leaves it by opponent's card. Target a fiend or a warrior monster in graveyard and summon it back. So we summon Stratos. Stratos grabs our plasma. And then we can just banish Mally. We still have our Denier live for next turn if we want to. And the hand that you showed, you have to brick on something. Because of the list that I'm playing very as much a little dead engine as I possibly can. If you have to brick on something. So honestly, going Plasma Pass, like going Plasma Pass and then you take the nib, so it's not just a 19 monster, it's a 3100 monster. With an Imperm and Ash, plus you have some good follow-up. You have Denier left, you have Mally left, and you can always increase, you can always go through increase later, which is generally our best form of follow-up. So we have both our Cross Crusader left, and we have our another Cross Crusader left, and we have our increase still alive, means we should probably still get Vion. And yes, we have Plasma Pass with 2 pieces of non-engine in this hand. It just depends on what non-engine they have, though, right? Like, if you do the route that you did, where you pitch Ash, and you get it, that's actually, I think that, no, because you don't. No, that's still the best because you can grab Neos and Pharahs. You probably do pitch Shadow Mist like you were doing. You'd probably then go Prisma Effect, dump Denier, then you tribute summon Mally. But at some point, the only difference that I would do from what you were doing is I'd probably grab a Dusted and then a Dusted summon the Dark Knight, because if you got that far, they have to have drawn some kind of non-engine. They either drew Breakers, which, honestly, if, like, game 1, I would do this, and then I'd probably get cooked by Breakers, which is I would say, a benefit to playing the, like, trap, but the problem is the trap's not very good into the format, like the other decks. What would you replace for Darkest? Oop, that's not what I meant to click. I was in the right place. Is this one of the lists I played yesterday? Which one was it? It was this one. This was my extra deck yesterday. This is the one increase build, though. So really, if you want to, here you go. Here's a build you can go for. I would play. I'd cut the second Wake Up. If you're playing multiple mass changes. Yeah, so that's literally, so literally the list I was playing, but with the second, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I would do. I would cut Aqua Neos if you want. Cause we're probably playing the second increase, and we're probably playing more copies of Mass Change. I don't mind playing 2 Dark. I would definitely want to play 2 Dark Law. Oof. And the reason why you can cut the second Wake Up is your Wonder Driver can reset the Miracle Fusion still. You're gonna summon Shiniest Wingman. You're gonna summon Shiniest Wingman. What you can do is on the follow-up, you can Miracle Fusion for Flame Wingman again. Wingman can trigger to add the favorite contact from the graveyard. Then you can set up Neos Lord later. So 2 Dark Claw is for multiple reasons. You can do a combo where you end on 2, where like you reset mass change, but also because we're playing multiple copies and if we mass change early, sometimes you have some weird hands where you have to link it, like you might have to link it away or tribute away Dark Law or something like that. And you want to have the option to reset mass change later with Wonder Driver, or grab another copy off of Shadow Mist later in the combo, and you want to be able to have that second Dark Law. But double Dark Law is like game, so like it makes it so like if you're able to set up double Dark Law, you like cook Ryzo every time. You reset mass change on your turn. Like, should have that combo somewhere. I'll show off this combo. This combo's really cool. Never wants to load. In that, the only difference is though I'd pitch Shadow Mist and I'd add Ferris. I grab Stratos off a cross to keep my Cross Crusader live in case I need to get to yeah. Yeah, you need Fusion Destiny generally speaking. But this combo is really neat. This is the old combo, but you end on Neos Lord too. It's really cool. Because you grab Dark Contact, you put it back. So you do this first, you do that, you Dark Contact, you put back that, and you put the Neos back in your deck, and then you Fusion Destiny, send the Neos again, and you leave the Plasma in your deck. The only thing that sucks is that Dark Law and Neos Lord conflict, because of course they do. And but like if they out double Dark Law, you at least have Neos Lord as like insurance. It's pretty funny. I don't think I'd ever go for that line, but it's definitely something you could do. Uh, you want the one with Neos Lord, or you want the one? Because I think the other one's probably better without Dark Contact. Because there's a well, I mean, it's pretty easy to find reverse engineer it, and then I'll put it in yugiohtcg because I've sent it there before, I think. I probably wouldn't. I mean, it depends on what list you play. So if you think about like that's like the coolest combo you can do with it. But if you do play Dark Contact, the problem though is you're cutting Wake Up. So the reason why you can cut down to 1 Wake Up post if you play Dark Contact is because Dark Contact can become your follow up. Like you can use Dark Contact as your follow up, and you can use Miracle Fusion for Flame Wingman. Flame Wingman grab the traps. You have Neos Lord and Dark Knight. It's a little slow, but you can play the trap if you want. I just don't like it. I would have won. No, I wouldn't have, because you have to open a hand where you don't use a dusted. So like you would still be playing the 3 Evil Assault, 1 a dusted line, and then I mean you can just side Necrom in the trap. I wouldn't main it because like I don't understand how you could main 2 normal traps in your deck. Like it makes no sense unless you can like activate them on the first turn. There's like no shot like you play 2 normal traps. And I did it. I did try not playing Favorite Contact and playing just Dark Supremacy, but the lines of like the fact that Infernal can get you to the Flame Wingman stuff means that like you don't have enough searches to do everything with like if we cut the Favorite Contact stuff, we just don't have enough searches to be able to reliably set up the trap every hand. I don't like the trap at all. I just don't know, like, I don't know the use case for it. Like, I don't get it. Like I don't understand what the use case for the trap is. Like, you're you're gonna negate Regeki or Lightning Storm or Dark Lord no more, cards that people aren't even playing, and they're just gonna activate another one because they're not playing just one breaker. They're playing 15. but we only need the trap for breakers. Like Angel's just a better card. Like we needed the trap last format when people were playing Anima. So the trap is gonna fill this really interesting niche of when there is a format that is a breaker format that you. Oh, actually, sorry. What does the Orcus deck play for? I also don't know. I don't think you need to. They don't play enough spells to probably Dark Angel lock. I have a crazy combo to show for a breaker format. Where is it? This is the Spice. Will I ever do this in a tournament setting? Probably not. But I want to show it off anyway. It is so funny. So Sparkman's obviously any hero monster. It's not. I'm not playing Sparkman, but so I feel like I'm gonna have to say that for my replays. But it's very fast because I do it very fast. But it's just the end result that's awesome. Sparkman is like my favorite. I love Bowman and Sparkman. Bowman, Sparkman, Avion are like my favorites, I think. Yeah, so we can like this replay is something I'm gonna pull off at locals, and this is something I'm gonna make a video about, like a locals replay of this, and get this card bought out. It's the funniest shit. Alright, let's get it. The Great Shogun Shien. So basically, here's some Blake lore. My first deck that I ever played, like I played Hero, of course, and then I played full power Legendary 6 Samurai. I thought if you set up Great Shogun Shien and 6 Samurai Shien, that it worked. So, but it doesn't because of activation and stuff. So Shogun Shien basically says your opponent can only activate a spell or trap card each turn. Dark Supremacy, we will negate their first spell or trap that they activate, and they cannot activate spells and traps for the rest of the turn. You summon on your opponent's turn. So on opponent's turn, you lose. So you lose DP. So the thing about it though is the reason why it could not be powerful, and it's probably just cope, is the fact that your only like interaction is now the trap card. I don't think Orcus plays that card. You mean Malice? Wait, no, not Malice. No, they don't. They don't play that. No, yeah, but the problem with doing it that way is that they're gonna start with breakers. You have to set it up as early as possible. They play another Link one, but it takes an Orcus monster, I think. Oh, I forgot the new cards are called. Yeah, they don't have an out to Dark Angel. It's Malice. Yeah, Malice summons that card, but they also can't link away the Dark Angel for it. And Link Karibo's banned. They don't play Link Karibo. They don't even play level ones. They don't have Malice doesn't have an out to Dark Angel. That's why it's good against them. Problem is that Malice generally plays Bestial monsters, so it makes Dark Angel lock hard. Or if they draw a Bestial, they're not gonna like wait. Like if they draw a Bestial, you're not getting to the trap anyway. Drytron played it way back in the day, yes, but that Link Karibo is banned because Link Karibo was infinite value, would like literally would loop forever because it's a like it was like game like turn one for Snake Eye, you would use it, you would use it in your combo, and then turn 3 or turn 2, Link Karibo would also protect your level 1s from imperm for the rest of the match. Like, it was ridiculous. Kuro was insane. This is the card you're thinking of. They look very similar, but they are not close to the same card. Drytron did play this. And now all the decks that were playing Link Karibo are now playing Anima, but there's not a competitively viable deck that plays Anima right now. So Dark Angel's good again. So let's go all the way back full circle. The trap has an interesting use case of if the meta deck plays breakers and plays level 1s where they play Anima, you probably play the trap. We have not had a deck like that yet. Voiceless Voice, I guess? The trap might have been good against Voiceless Voice, but that matchup was free anyway. That deck was not very good. So, like, because, like, everybody that talks about the trap, the card isn't out yet, so people haven't tested with it. But the trap card negates a breaker. Negates a breaker. And no one is playing a breaker deck to only open one breaker. They're all playing 12 to 15 at least to see multiple breakers. You're gonna negate the first one, then get folded on the second one. But it's one Omni. We don't have another Omni. It's an Omni. It's an Omni at target negates, but you can only negate one. They're just gonna activate another breaker and then. I mean, I don't know what more I don't know what more cooking you can really do. Like Hero conceptually does not have the quality card pool to like it doesn't have the quality card pool to play through the sheer number of non-engine in the format. If they start phasing out one card combos and decks can play less non-engine, then Hero's actually very, very good. We're able to play through 1 to 2 non-engine. We're able to beat breakers. We're able to beat this, beat that. We just can't beat 3-4 hand traps. This support came out too late. Malice generally plays breakers. The ritual, the reptile, Ryziel deck will probably play breakers as well. Um, will that ever happen? I hope. I mean, that should be how Yu-Gi-Oh is designed. The link is this link. Yes, this link is the Dark Angel counter. But my whole point is that they don't play it. I agree. I actually Dark Supremacy definitely helps your turn 3, but if you get back to turn 3, you win anyway. We're generally a breaker deck, but are we a meta deck? No, like no one's prepping for that. And yeah, Mitsuguri's the reptile deck. I just forget how to pronounce it, so I just. I actually like Dark Ruler a lot. If that was your question, I think Dark Ruler no more is really good this format. They can play this link in any deck, but they don't. Not every deck has the room for it. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the support. If we just played, like I said, this is the list. This is the list that I'm gonna at least try tomorrow and see how it goes. This list would have been like a meta deck before Snake Eye came out, which means like we can compete, but like we can't beat 3 hand traps Engraver plus we can't beat 3 hand traps Engraver EXT and then normal summon ice. Like we just can't beat it. I'm gonna try without Dark Contact. I like it, but I think I value the second increase more. And I really want to play 44 cards. I like the math on 44 a lot more. It's one card and it's a few percentage, but like I'm really like min maxing. because I want to play max 31 engine cards. So anything I cut has to be moved around, and I want to play 17 starters because that's the best math on starters. I think one increase is better, but I had a really bad experience yesterday, so I want to go back to my happy place. So 31 engine pieces because so there's a lot of moving parts here, right? So I'll just simplify. I'll probably simplify it the best that I can with how I look at the deck. So, Hero, we'll say, they have more than 3 type of cards, but we'll just say 3 type of cards. We have our starters. You can count Doom Prison. I know Fetty counts Doom Prison. I don't like counting Doom Prison, but Doom Prison can be full combo. You definitely play Doom Prison at 1. Not a 1 card. Because so Prison is now like how Stratos used to be, where like you have to draw Doom Prison plus another hero monster, and then it works. But I don't like counting it. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we have 17 starters. In a 5-card hand, how many are we going to open? We have a 92% chance to see 1, a 65% chance to see 2, and you want to see 2 at the minimum because you want to play through hand traps. 3, you have a 28% chance. That doesn't account for replacement. That is not statistics without replacement. This is just a generalized idea. Ooh, that's my Shogun Shin. Then we have the cards that don't work well together. I mean, that don't like actually start your combo or anything, but you have to play them, which was everything else in this 31 card bucket. What we have left is we have non-engine. So here, I'm playing 14 in this list. That would be obviously not a high chance to draw 3. The reason why I want to play super high impact ones is why people ask, why don't you play Ash? Why don't you play why don't you play these cards? Did I say 13? Oh yeah, whoops. You're right, 13. So 13. I was trying 14, but I this last card needs to either be second increase or dark contact for me. I gotta figure out what it is. So you have an 84% chance to see 1. You have a 46% chance to see 2, and we gotta see 2 breakers, so not the best math. This is game 1, keep in mind. Charmy works by itself if it resolves. Drop It works by itself if it resolves. Imperm and talents and Imperm and thrust you have to pair. So, it's not perfect. It's not the math. It's not that bad. So that's what I'm gonna get into. So just keep in mind some of the numbers out. So to open 2, 46. To open 1, 84%. So what happens if we play, because all we're doing is going up card count. We're not increasing the chances of drawing a starter. We're not increasing the chances to draw non-engine. So all we're doing now is diluting those 2 numbers, which are the most important numbers. That's all we're doing. Which is why the second increase is me just coping right now because I had a bad day. 1 increase should also be in that bucket of not useful cards that you have to play to then keep the math like the same. But anyway, I'll show the math anyway. It's really not that big of a deal. You can play 45 and add the dark contact. The starter math is fine. It goes down like a percent. It's still good. 70. It's still fine. But when we go to non-engine, that's where I don't like the math. 83. I don't like it at 2. Like, Yes. Yes. Exactly that. Exactly that. I even think the 50 we might go to YCS Orlando and someone might do better than me with Hero and they're playing the 50 card deck. Do I think that means that the 50 card deck was correct? No. But I'm trying to give myself, because this format specifically, playing Hero is going to take a not only a good pilot, but it's gonna have to really be your day. Your Fiendsmith Ryzel and your Ryzel opponents are gonna have to not open well, which is we are literally relying on luck. Like literally relying on luck completely. But I'm trying to give myself the best chance to see the numbers. Like, someone might play 60 cards and they might draw a Hero Lives more than I do. They might draw it every game. I mean, a little suspicious, but they might, right? But, like, I don't like to rely on math. I mean, on luck. I like to rely on math if I can. So I'm doing my best to give myself the best possible minute percentages, but that's still a higher percentage than someone else. And that's what it takes to top a tournament. I'm still trying to top Orlando. Am I David, David against Goliath? A little bit. But because it's a hard format. Um, I think post that the next set, which is funny, we have to get another set of support. I think the Fiendsmith deck is definitely the best best hero version, worst Fiendsmith version, of course, but that's the thing though. Comparing it to Garnet, comparing it to like the Rainbow Dragon for the Conclave control, all that is not fair for increase. But it almost is, because if we only have one push, we get stopped every time. There's not a single deck in the room that's not gonna at least play 9 hand traps. I'm still working on that. I think Jaden BR has an excellent video on that version of Fiendsmith Hero, and that is something like that. I think is going to be the competitive way to play Hero. I haven't messed with it because we don't have a ban list. We don't have like we don't know we don't know what the future's gonna hold. So I haven't even started to look at those cards. Like haven't started testing that deck yet. But that will probably be the best Hero version. Anything that can play Engraver is automatically better than anything that can't play Engraver. That card is ridiculously good. And like I said, I don't care. Like, if I could play Fiendsmith Hero now, I would. Like, I don't care about, like, I just want to play the best Hero version, no matter what it is. If it is Fiendsmith something, if it's Fiendsmith Hero, then I'm playing Fiendsmith Hero. I love Omni Hero. This is going to be my favorite deck of all time forever. But I'm going to play whatever gives me the highest chance of beating. But with the Hero twist, because I always like playing Hero. That's like my thing. But I love the top, but I'm not going to top without Hero. Like, the thing about, like, the one increase is the deck has so many more ways to play without it now. Like, I think maybe in a breaker format, we might be able to go down to one increase. But right now, with the insane amount of hand traps, we just can't go down to one. Like, it makes our ceiling, like, the whole point is we play multiple different ways to then get hand trapped to where we normal summon it sticks, and then yeah, well, probably hopefully not. I'm just emotionally gaming and playing a second increase today, tomorrow. I think one's still correct, but like I can just I don't know if anyone's ever done this. I mean, here's the reason to play one increase. Ooh. So here's the math behind it. It's not just a feeling. So one increase. 5-card hand. The problem is it also increases in 6 cards because you could draw it for turn. But we'll just do 1 increase for now. 44, about 11% chance to draw the one of. You might draw the one of. That sounds bad, but you might draw the increase, and you might have a Hero Lives plus Fusion Destiny plus and then you don't even care. Like, it doesn't even matter. But there are also going to be hands where, like, you only draw one other way to play, and it gets stopped, and then you need to be able to push with increase, and then, like, with the Ferris line without using a normal summon, and then you can't. So here's the reason to play 2. Oh, that's the W. That is not 2. So to draw one of them, here's a reason to not play increase, of course, is to draw one of them, you're going to see this goes for any card. Any card that's played at 2 in the deck, you're going to see about 22% of the time. So this is to see 1 increase, which means theoretically 21% of the time we're going to be playing with a dead card in hand, which is a reason to play 1. But a reason to play 2 would be, so this is the chance to draw both of them, because every other assumption here is going under you have 1 left in your deck. And it's a very, very, very low chance. It is a 1% chance to draw both. And this goes for any 2 of. For you to see both 2 ofs, like, in your deck, of any 2 of in your deck, is a 1% chance. Yes, without evil support, you play 2 increase with, and that's the problem. I see a lot of people, I say something, and they don't, like, get the context, and then, like, I've been, like, seeing people post lists with 2 Wonder Driver pre-SUDA, and I'm like, well, you don't need 2 Wonder Driver till after SUDA. Well, no, Vicious Claw is probably one of the worst hero cards in Omni, but it is what makes Fiendsmith Hero work. That card is very good. They decided, I think they're trying. We might get 1 card in Alliance Insight to see what happens with, because it's the first hero card that doesn't lock, like, ever. They might be testing the waters here to see what happens when we don't lock this deck. There's a chance we have slots for 2 cards. It depends though. They're literally testing right now with this 1 card to see if they can trust the deck. Let me pull it up. Well, this isn't like a extremely updated list. I'm gonna open this on Facebook. Fuck it. It should be okay. Let me grab this real quick though. I didn't do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up what I mean by. Oh, you can't see it. Okay. Well, obviously, duh. Because that's the link. Let's see if I can upload the picture. This isn't the most updated picture though. Is the only problem. Oh fuck. How do y'all search that? I know, like, we say something, you'll just like I'll say something, Jigon just finds it like immediately. Well, like, for the time when Ferris was released, if Ferris didn't lock, I mean, like, that card would have been ridiculous. Like, we got to remember, Ferris is a card that came out in, like, 2019. Like, that card is old by today's standards, and it's still a decent card. it's showing its age a little bit, which is why people get frustrated now. But for the longest time, it's been a good card. It's still a good card. If you don't draw increase, it's a good card. If you find that picture, let me know. Yeah, it would have been too good because you could have done that in 2019. Sweet. I'm just gonna copy the image and paste it here. This is what I mean. So if you look at the picture, why do I know so much about this random shit? I don't know. But if you look at the picture, 004 slot is a slot for a hero monster. 034 is a slot for a fusion monster that could potentially be hero, as well as 033. So we have two chances to get a fusion monster, and 004 can be a hero monster, main deck monster. Because why would they put, like, the way they do set codes is they do set codes by support type. So if you drill down into it, you see the all of the, what's it called, the Agnestor support is put together in set code 001, 002. I mean, look at the, where's the evil hero stuff? I thought I had it around here. Do I have it in the step box? Maybe not. But look at it, but like you look at the set codes, and the main deck monsters are put together in the set code. It's just how they do the spoilers. Well, Nightmare Apprentice is a card that exists already, right? They don't reprint cards in main sets unless they give it unless they do a Starlight for it, which this set has QCR, so they're not gonna do that. It honestly, Nightmare Apprentice might be in Bonanza or not Bonanza. What's that set called? Stampede. Might be in Stampede. Yeah, that's probably where. That's our next reprint set is Stampede. So anything you're waiting for, then you have to wait till Stampede. That's why I think they might not. That's why I think they might not hit the Fiendsmith stuff till after that, which is good. We're probably gonna pick up the Fiendsmith stuff for cheap. We get to play the Fiendsmith hero deck for probably like 2 weeks, and they're gonna ban Moon probably or Requiem. But they want to sell all that stuff one more time at least. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped about a cross QCR. I went, dude, and one of the other reasons why I want to play. Oh yeah, we could also get spell cards. You're right. I forgot to talk. I forgot to talk about that. 064 probably 06. Like, there's room for spells and traps as well. But I don't know if what fixes our decks is spell. Well, another trap doesn't fix our deck unless the trap card says flip it, win the game. A, a monster on summon that searches polymerization. That's all it needs to do. We don't need anything else. I want I want I would actually like it. I would like maybe Blazeman works, but then you got to use a hero lives for it, and if you don't have another way to play, then it doesn't do anything. Like, I want a searchable way to grab Poly that we can also do in our combo. Like, we could grab it off a cross and not have to normal summon it, because Blazeman has to be normal summon. Like, I want a Bubble Man or a Spirit of Neo so you can just special summon to grab Poly. That's all we need. The deck becomes way better. You you could put a hero lock on it. It doesn't matter. I'm fine with. I'm actually lock us. It doesn't matter. you either need to. I would love a retrain of Skyscraper, so that way, because that would tie everything together. Where Skyscraper, it grabs Polly and then maybe it grabs a vanilla hero or it grabs something like, but that way Captain Gold could search it. So that way, like, I mean, I'm fine with that too. Discard, but like, so the problem though is it can't be an evil hero because the evil heroes don't use Poly. So now we have to wait for the next hero subtype to get support for it to work. You know, you get what I'm saying. We have to wait for the next set of hero stuff because hero stuff doesn't really even mention Poly. I can't think of a card that mentions Poly. Evil. So actually, what they could do is it could search a polymerization card. If the deck knows, I mean, if the designers know anything about hero, they know Super Poly fucking sucks in our deck. So, like there you go. I mean, they know that like Super Poly. So actually, you say that, but that's actually such a like if it's a Avion or a Burstinatrix that that does like you pitch and add Poly so we can grab it off Infernal Devicer. That's another way to fix it. But they need to always be treated as Elemental Hero Avion, Elemental Hero Burstinatrix, so that we can grab them off of Infernal. I mean, we can get a few. There's a few cards they can do. They just don't really know what they're doing. They don't or they know what they're doing, and they're making. So my theory is that, of course, this is completely theory. They want all of the hero subtypes to be playable on their own and not be this big like hodgepodge. I think that's how you can use that word. And of like all the subtypes together. They don't want that, but they end up saying it's okay if some of them end up in that deck. Like I don't think they ever intended for Omni to be playable. So it just ends up like oop, let me refresh. Like for example, like this card and this card just ended up being really good for hero, just randomly. They probably didn't expect it to be or want it to be. It just ended up being that good for hero. But I don't think they understood that like this card is super clunky. It's not fluid at all. Dude, I mean, it's a level 6 monster that you can't summon for free. You have to dump a monster to banish that monster to then summon it from your hand or deck. Like, it's do they understand the time in which they're like designing cards? It's just not. It's just it's these cards aren't very fluid, as if they weren't meant for this deck. But I think they end up being like, it's okay, you know. It ended up in that hero like big pile. Cool, great. Wasn't our intention, but I'm glad I'm glad I found a place there. Like, but something has to give, right? Like, either they have to design all the subtypes to work by themselves and make it playable together. Like, because the problem is that like the evil hero deck by itself just fucking sucks. The elemental hero deck by itself just fucking sucks. Destiny hero deck by itself, sorry Amir, just fucking sucks. Like, you can't play them by themselves. Like, you just can't. You have to put them together. And obviously Vicious Hero doesn't even have enough support to play it by itself. So like I don't know, like something has to give. I mean, yeah, it can special summon itself if it has something according to its own subtype, which means like they weren't doing something like making it so that you can summon if you control any fusion monster, because then it could work with other decks. It's very apparent they only want the cards to be played in their own decks, and that's why we don't get good support. Like, look at Agnister. Agnister does have the advantage because it isn't a deck that requires a fusion spell plus the fusion monsters, because we're using an outdated mechanic. I mean, I could go on and on about that, but again, those cards were designed with the deck in mind, and they came out really well. For Evil Hero card standards, these cards are great. Like, these cards are so good for Evil Hero card standards. It's exactly what the deck could want. But it's not what our deck needed. Exactly. But Evil Hero is not playable by itself. Destiny Hero is not play even after all the support it has. So they have to make up their mind. Like Neos, I think Neos ended up pretty close to what they wanted it to be. A casual deck that you pretty much you can't play the links. They made that very apparent. If they wanted us to play the EN Shuffle card, not EN Shuffle, EN Engage, they would have given us. They wouldn't have put that lock, and they would have put the generic hero lock. Fusion Destiny. Fusion Destiny only can use Dark Hero monsters. It's so apparent they don't want this deck to work. So we're literally fighting against Konami to keep this deck alive. Like, they're like, can y'all please stop playing this? Like, dog, y'all are like playing cards that came out in 2019. Like, well, also playing cards that are older than that. But like, can y'all please pick a different deck so we can like just move on? But we're such diehard fans for this deck, and they just treat us like shit, which kind of sucks. If they loved us, they'd give us support. That like, if they loved us, they would concede on one of those two arguments. They can't have both. You can't make the deck work by like you can't make the subtypes work by themselves and not make it work. We're just a money grab, 100%. But we don't even we're like pennies in the bucket compared to Blue Eyes players. They were like, let's oh well, we kind of have to give them this Blue Eyes structure deck because it's smart for them to do it because it's really genius. It's gonna make people come into the game because oh my god, Blue Eyes White Dragon is tier 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh. That's crazy. So they make it cheap in a structure deck, but then they also make there be a cash grab in a structure deck with every secret rare coming QCR or whatever it is. Like it's such a good it's so smart. That was a genius marketing move on them, I think. Because Blue Eyes is their cash cow. Dark DM is their cat. Dual Monsters is their cash cow. There's a reason why we don't get a lot of GX stuff. It's still it's still the second most popular season, but it's not nearly. I have a GX hoodie, and people tell me all the time out and about like they recognize it, which is pretty crazy. The Asian English structure deck be cool, but it's nothing new. I think our next chance to get good cards is going to be if they decide to redo the structure deck for Hero Strike. As if they even decide to do it. They might not. Yeah, it's a weird paradox where exactly that. Like my group talks about how like oh my god, Blake got more cards. I'm like, dude, I got like my dude's on that banner. And he's like and the support's not good. Like he is on the cover and those cards are not good. What I think they're going to do is the only sign we've ever gotten. So it's weird that I say that, but then certain cards really do work well together. Wake Up and DPE are like best buds. There's no way they didn't see that coming. So Wake Up is a sign of them wanting the support to work together. I think our biggest sign that we might have a chance for them to support Omni is cards like this. Infernal Rage, when this card was revealed and I read this card, I was like, there is no way they are basically like they are shining a light on Omni Hero. This card is the most Omni Hero card we have. It bridges Neos and it bridges Elemental Hero together, which is they've shown to be two different decks. I don't know if they want, because those cards are supposed to be played together, but it is definitely a Omni Hero card deck. I mean, a card meant to bring two like hero types together, which I think is also interesting. Like Cross needing two warriors, all the Destiny heroes are warriors, so that'll never be a problem. It's only a problem when they introduce fiends. It's really very apparent that they don't want some of the cards to be played together. So that was my whole rant. Yeah, I know a stupid amount about this deck and this game that if I use my knowledge for something else, that would be pretty beneficial. There's like, I just like just stuff that I've thought about. Like I understand this deck like at a like very very like conceptual level as well. That like, yeah, I mean exactly right. Like Crystron, Azamina are good cards. I mean the biggest winner is Ryziel. Ryziel got a gigantic buff from this set from one super rare. It made the matchup like go from like decently playable. Yes, but I don't like Yubel. I actually had everything, but I don't like Yubel. I like Hero. I like GX. Don't get me wrong, but like I try like even my branding for oh, and actually also backtrack everything I said. I'm about to play Yubel. It's called Fiendsmith Hero. It's the same deck. It's just worse. But I like the like I like GX, but it's I try, if you look at a lot of my YouTube stuff, I try not to do much with Jaden. Like I'm a fan of the anime, of course. I mean, it's Hero. I love Jaden. I love the OGs, but like I'm more of just a Hero fan more so than like a GX anime fan. Like I like the subtype more than I like the. So that's why I don't like Yubel. It's like it's cool. It's like it's a Jaden deck, but like it's not Hero. So there's a reason why I like I I just like this deck. I mean, Contact Fusion is the way. It is indeed a way that they can fix. So let's think about let's actually like identify why Contact Fusion is so good. I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, it seems pretty simple, but comparing it to the way our deck plays, our deck needs, like I've been saying, so for DPE, for example, we need three pieces: the fusion materials and polymerization to fuse that monster. Another reason why Fusion Destiny is so broken, because it does all that in one card. But just to kind of like really boil down into like the mechanics of the game, a contact fusion literally says -1 on that. You just need these two, just for this example. If we could contact fuse DPE, we're completely removing one of that would remove our entire choke point. Our choke point is getting to poly generally, but if our choke point doesn't become getting to poly, it's getting to the materials to use poly. So there's, even if we play Blaze Man, which would convert our 3 hero lives into more ways to get to poly, then it actually like it doesn't do as much as you think, because you still need to then get to the materials. Like it's a building blocks turn of when you play hero, compared to another reason why you can see why a deck like Snake Eye is so powerful is because compared to the reason why the link mechanic is so good, which again, it seems very easy, like it seems very simple, but it's really because they get to bypass all of that. All they have to do is put 2 monsters on the board, and they're off to the races. While we need to get to the materials, the fusion spell, we just play with an outdated mechanic. And unless they make it so you can cheat that mechanic like tier limit, fusion monsters inherently are weak, which is why these monsters are such like powerhouses. But so I see a lot of people say that we need an extra deck monster that can search poly. Yes, but it can't be a fusion monster, because if it's a fusion monster, then we still need to get to the link. Because then we still need to get to a way to fuse before we can then grab another way to fuse. And then, so a link monster fixes it, but a link monster isn't in our. Where do they do link monster? A link monster isn't an elemental hero. It's not a vision hero. It's not a destiny hero. It's not an evil hero. It's like there's nowhere for them to print that. The reason why we even have these cards is because of the master rule that was such a disaster that they actually wrote back. They were like, let's pedal back. Let's not do that anymore. That was a horrible idea. Now we don't get any more link monsters. There's a reason why we haven't gotten one since then. Yeah, but the Avion Sparkman fusion still needs a fusion spell. I think. I don't know enough about Rush Duel. I'm going to assume it needs a fusion spell. So that doesn't even solve our problem. It's a good effect, but on the wrong monster, which we have plenty of those. Our biggest offender is Spirit of Neos. A great effect. Just on a like grabbing Poly or grabbing a fusion spell specifically list one of their names is a great effect, but it's on the wrong monster. You're right, though. If we got a Link monster that grabs Poly on summon, and it was a different attribute than Light, if it was treated as an elemental hero monster, different attribute than Light, and grabs Poly, our deck would probably be tier 2, or definitely tier 2, probably not tier 1, but it could be. Yeah. Which is actually crazy. A Phantom of Neos that grabs... I'm still thinking... So, but what does specifically... Because, funny enough, if Phantom of Yubel needs you one Yubel monster, okay, but ours couldn't say one Neos monster. Like, they'd have to change the summoning condition. Because if it was one Neos monster, oh, I guess we can go Infernal. In that way, so, but we also have to be smart about this. Like, Hero is, if we're designing a deck, Hero is also honestly, if you want to forget everything that I said about needing this, about needing that, Hero is a well-designed deck. People complain about Hero because it ends on Floodgates. It is pretty cringe. I like the deck. I'm going to do it anyway, but it is cringe we end on Floodgates with 2 interaction to protect those Floodgates. The problem isn't with Hero, it's with the fact that the other decks are so much stronger. So something there also has to give. They don't have to give us the support we need, but they also, 1-card combo decks, like, dude, I mean, Snake Eye was ridiculous. And look, this deck feels better to play against, I'm not gonna lie. But this card is an extender that like it's an extender that also works going second, that also searches another extender. Imagine we go Evil Assault, and Evil Assault on summon summoned if we didn't have to, like, we're doing that, but with 3 steps. That is what we're doing. We're doing Evil Assault or a Dusted to get to Cross, which Cross, this card does all 5 of those steps in one. No, you're not wrong. I'm not saying that the floodgates die, but like think about how the flow of the game works. We have a floodgate, and either it's going to be so impactful that they lose. Like floodgates inherently limit decision making. They limit decision making. Like like so. I was actually talking about this last night. I think I'd actually be pretty okay at signing some Yu-Gi-Oh games, but some Yu-Gi-Oh like. But I think this has been said before, so I don't know if this is even your opponent can is always more fun than you can't. So let's look at an amazing example of a card that a lot of people hated when it was first revealed, and that's Charmy Fuwalos. Charmy's on the verge of being a little bit too powerful, but there is nothing on Charmy Fuwalos, nowhere on this text does it say you can't. Nowhere. Not a single. There's not. It doesn't. Obviously I actually that might be a lie. You can't use it. Wait. You can only. Okay. So there's can't. Okay. I just wanted to see if us. So there's nowhere that says there's no restriction. But a card like these two are disgusting pieces for they're relics of another time. Like what they should do. This is kind of a tangent. They should print Fuwalos that basically says every time your opponent adds one, you add one too, and then ban Droll. They with the new Molcharmy, they could probably ban Lancia. Those kind of cards just are not fun. They're not. It's sort of the same thing. Your opponent's gaining a lot of advantage by you playing, but it feels better. Like, I get to play my little hero combo under Fuwalos. I set up the whole thing. I'm going to get absolutely fucking obliterated by their 15 cards in hand, but at least I got to play. But when I get drolled, I end on nothing. Like literally nothing. And that's not a... Heroes should not be able to play through Droll. I hate to break it to you guys. Heroes should not be able to play through Shifter. Heroes should not be able to play through Lancia. These cards are meant to stop our deck that is kind of degenerate, setting up a crazy combo deck. Our deck is just well designed. These decks like Ryziel and like are not well designed because they just eat through all of the they're just not very well designed. Unless you're playing the mirror, and the mirror is actually pretty good, which is actually a good design. But talking about the concept of us playing a rogue deck playing against these decks. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Technically, I'll give it to you. Dark Law doesn't say anywhere you can't, but you can't use your graveyard. I mean, it's the assumption. It's not a fun card to play against. Sure, you could use... I've had someone activate this against me because I've been playing this. You can literally use Warrior Elimination, but I mean, it's like, I mean, it does out it. You're right, but does that make it good? Does that make it fun? I don't think so. It's not gonna stop me from playing this deck. I fucking love this deck, but I mean, I understand people's... Right. Yeah. Well, the thing though about lingering effects is that Fuwalos is a lingering effect technically. But so let me get back on my tangent. Let me get back from it. Hero is a well-designed deck in the fact that if they give us a link, we're going full circle now. If they give us a link 1 monster where we do that and we full combo them after we get hand trapped, that is not a well-designed deck. Every hand trap they use should lower the ceiling of our board. We are a combo deck. We have to also think about when you play against Hero, how that feels. When you hand trap them and they end on the full board. We only want to do that because other decks have done that to us. That doesn't make it right. Snake Eye, you hand trap it once or twice. They're either ending on nothing or they're full boarding you. Or they're ending on -1 interaction compared to 7. They end on 6 instead of 7. You have a 3-card hand now. Like, that doesn't... Hero's a well-designed deck. It all like the way it is now, we should not be able to hand trap. I mean, we should not be able to combo through 3 hand traps. If Ryziel, who's playing 3 hand traps us 3 times, we should end on nothing. That is well designed. The problem, though, is that the fact that Ryziel is going to hand trap us 3 times, and then they're going to 1-card combo us instead of, like, 2-card, because they're allowed to play that much, because, like, what this card does is what? Keep in mind, this card in the TCG was released after this card. Just want to throw this out there. This card was released after this card. What I am doing with the Evil Hero, with Evil Assault, is what this card does, and it's worse. And it uses like 4 cards in my deck. I need all of these, this, and this to do what this card does. An extender that searches, like, if we're just super global thinking about it, a global, like an extender that searches another extender. And it took 5 cards to get there. So it's not a problem with our deck. We think we need these cards because other deck, if we, and they're right. If we want to compete, we do need these cards. Like, we actually do need these cards because other decks are doing it. It doesn't make it right, though. I just think it's like the game is just the power creep will eventually hit it will eventually hit a bubble. I mean, like, the bubble will eventually burst. It has to. Exactly. I agree. 100,000%. That is the point. They're not. So now we feel like we need the cards. Our deck is very well balanced. Balanced doesn't mean the same as well designed, because, like I was saying earlier, our deck is not an archetype. It feels like one, but it's a bunch of archetypes put together, and it has nuances where it doesn't work together. But it's just kind of one of those things that like every deck should be well designed. But now we have so many cool decks that come out that are pretty balanced. White Forest is pretty balanced, but because it doesn't do anything unfair, because it could get hand trapped 3 times and then not end on anything, it makes it a not good deck in the meta, just like ours. It sucks that's because if you don't have that out your cook, my point is, 100%, totally agree that Dark Law, our end board, is not degenerate in the sense of there aren't outs. There are so many outs. But again, exactly what you said. If you don't see an out, you lost. Is that fun? I don't know. Right. I agree. And that's kind of the point. Like, when we're designing our custom support, we're designing it through the lens of what our deck extremely needs to be able to combo through 3 hand traps, and that's just not how Yu-Gi-Oh should be. Yu-Gi-Oh should never be about comboing through 3 hand traps. So people complain and say Hero sucks and all that, but like we're actually a very well designed deck. Like, yeah, exactly. Because, well, I say that, but I also, because our deck has low interaction, we have to play a floodgate. Well, yes, because card advantage, right? So, let's say we have our end board of Dark Law, DPE, favorite contact. Very simple end board. Dark Law on average, I think I talked about this last time too. DPE will trade with one of their cards. Shiniest Wingman, we'll say, optimistically trades with 2 of their cards. If they didn't hand trap us, they now have 3 cards in hand. Since we don't have the extra interaction, we could, of course, if we played the Evil Hero stuff, the rest of it. But again, there's so many moving pieces there. But we'll assume with what I'm playing. that with what I'm playing, that Dark Law or Plasma has to trade with the other 3 cards in their hand because Yu-Gi-Oh is a game of card advantage. Tin Pie's problem is the fact that 1 card does it. I agree, but it's also the problem of the fact that they play 24 pieces of removal non-engine. They normal summon a white dragon and then we die. Like, 1 white dragon equals like 10,000 damage, and that's a problem. If it was a 2 card combo to get there, then maybe it could be a 2 card combo, and then also like Tin Pie just shouldn't have been able to kill you. Tin Pie, no, I mean, Tin Pie shouldn't be able to kill you with 1 card. If they cleared your board with 1 card, that'd be fine, I think. But the fact that they were able to also put game on board and kill you, I actually think it has to though. I think their field spell has to protect them during the main phase. Like, if not, going second deck's just too bad. But if let's say 1 Tin Pie monster equals to 1 Tin Pie monster resolves, it means equals clear their board, but 2 Tin Pie monsters means you die. That is more balanced than normal summon a guy, they die. They just could do a little bit better of a job at designing card like deck like I think the field spell has to be that degenerate, I think, for a going second deck to work. But then they also needed to do some things about like you shouldn't be able to die. Because like it's actually really funny. I don't know how much y'all have been I mean I don't know how long people have been playing, but like um Shifter only really became like a big thing people really complain about whenever you get shifted and then you die. Or you get shifted and then you get put under Protos for the rest of the match. Shifter was fine. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Not once did I complain about Flu playing Shifter. Shifter, they can flu you and like they can Shifter you and Flu, and they have to draw a 4 card combo after that to kill you. Like, there's nothing like that was like that. That's how Shifter deck should have been. But as soon as Tin Pie could Shifter you, you end on nothing, and then they kill you. Like, that was when it started becoming a problem. Or Ritual Beast Shifters you, and then you're under Protos for the rest of the match. Like, that's the problem. Another problem with Shifter. Let's just see. I'm watching that replay now. Yeah, so you play through. If that gets stopped, you can still okay. You just have to keep Prism on the field though. Oh, but you said you're not playing. Or are you playing the trap? If you're playing the trap card, you probably should have fused first and then linked off. I think because you just don't use like Dark Fusion. Like, you got to keep the Prism on the field for that. I just don't know if it's really hard because like I think there's so many ways to play the packages. Oh, okay. There's so many like replays that play the packages that I mean, okay, but before I finish that thought, if you play all the stuff you were playing, I think you play the trap card as well. Um, Oh, I forgot. Oh, like people watched my combo video and they were like, "Dude, you could have like ended on all this shit instead." And I'm like, "Well, like, um, I'm not like playing those cards, so it's you know kind of one of those things. Like people like understand the context. Like I'll watch like a replay or whatever, and like I assume if they don't do something, it's because they're not playing it because there's multiple ways to play different packages." Oh, I mean, yeah, you could do. I mean, you could definitely do that, and the advantages of doing it that way is you don't have to play the favorite contact in the main. You probably still play Neos, but that's like the main advantage. That's the main that's the main advantage to going second is you have to play the trap card. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I need to put together something about like how I feel about some of the cards again. I don't know. The big package does have like some advantages though. Obviously, it's a bigger push if you are able to get there. It also has like in the hands where you draw Ferris and then you have Stratos as the punish. Stratos grabs the Adusted can grab the Evil Assault, and Evil Assault can do the like the prison, send the Necrom, and then you can do all that. But it's like it just doesn't later man. It just doesn't like flow very well together. Like back into the Omni stuff. Like it's something like you seem like you do last or you do it first and then you like link them away for like the but none of them are warriors, so it's kind of awkward. Cuz like you really want to make cross first it seems. Like always. Try to play our hand traps the best that way. But I don't know if there's like for sure. Oh, I yeah, and like my biggest thing that I'm the most pissed about is the fact that Dark Contact can't use from the hand. Like why? Was that too broken? Yeah, I don't think they do, which is pretty bummy. Cause I like this deck a lot. But knowing I might get one piece of support like every like 3 years that actually is Omni Hero support, it's kind of frustrating. Because this is Omni Hero support, but like we don't get much of that. It's just stuff that you hope like shit sticks together. Yeah, it's like a bunch of small things like that too. Reset Dark Fusion, but Dark Fusion is like not like even that like it's like Polymerization, but again, I don't know. It's nice that for Dark Fusion, at least the monsters that you're gonna fuse together summon each other. It does feel like it feels like a very nice compact package that like works like well together. It just doesn't work well in the big picture. The big Evil Hero package. It also just doesn't do anything like they're gonna Ash Evil Assault anyway. You're going activate a spell that summon. You're activating E-Telly that pitches a card. Like I don't understand why they would not negate that. They don't know what you're doing. Like, as in, you mean like as in like this being the last piece of Omni Hero support? Because like it's like the only piece of Omni Hero support too, and Wake Up is too. I'd say these two cards are our biggest sign of Omni Hero being a deck, because it's very obvious. Like this card, when this card came out and it worked so well with the deck, it's not just a coincidence. Like they know that this card is gonna work well with the deck. Yeah, and it's also like him having to use a material in the field. Like, why couldn't it just have been an effect monster? Like, why, like, it being an effect monster on the field? Like, oh, like, so you, like, it's like basically like Master Duel, it glowing. Like, they had to put it on the card for you to know to use Super Poly for it. Like, why couldn't we fuse from the grave for like because there would be because so the whole point is that then I was probably playing Dark Calling instead of Dark Contact, and I was gonna use Dark Calling because Dark Calling can use the Neos from the hand, but then you can't fucking summon the Neos Lord. It's just so many little things like that. It's so frustrating. Like it's so annoying that it doesn't like it just doesn't work. Because if you use a Dusted to grab Evil Assault, to then use Evil Assault to pitch the Neos, the only way you can get to Neos Lord that way is by using the big package. Yeah, yeah, it is weird. But funny enough, as weird as it is, it's one of the pieces that's probably going to be in the deck. But we don't fucking use him from his like we don't use like Dark Fusion to summon him probably. Like it's just here for a really good favorite contact target, which actually getting to play Thrust for favorite contact almost makes this card feel like if this card like it almost makes it feel like Omni support. Cause like the way that Thrust is only really good for Fusion Destiny, but Thrust can also be used for favorite contact to set for this. It's well, yeah, that's what I mean. We're not even summoning it by its own summoning conditions. So like we're like cheating it out 100%. And it's nice because when we do it that way, we set up we reshuffle our Inferno device or our Neos so that we have it for next turn. Because sometimes you want to grab Neos to pitch for Ferris or something like that. So it's really nice because it resets both those things for you. So I don't mind it using the monster on the field. And also you can reset the increase. I've done that a few times. Like I'm able to put another body up and not just link away Stratos and increase, for example, to then make the Infernal Devicer. I'll keep increase on the field, and then I'll like favorite contact, put the increase and the Neos back, and I'll reset increase for next turn instead of leaving it instead of it being in the grave. If like I have a Ferris in hand or something, I've done that before. It's pretty funny because sometimes if increase stays in the graveyard, they can like it puts like a more of a target on its back because it's easier to interact with because you can like SP banish it or you can Bistio banish it. But yeah, just a little fun stuff. I mean, I'm sure that like they know how like I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm like the expert in Hero and I could design better cards than Konami. I think Konami can. I just think they can't. Like I think they choose not to because they want like I was saying earlier, they want all the subtypes to work by themselves and not together. That's literally their job. Their job is designing cards. They know how to do it. Yeah, but even if it's summoned an elemental hero monster, it's like that would have been fine. Like if that was the restriction, that would have been fine because we're mostly summoning Shadow Mr. Stratos anyway. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it does let you do some funny stuff, like I was doing with the Shogun Shien, and I did when I topped It was if that was so the that event was like YCS. No, I almost said YCS Houston, which because we are getting a YCS Houston. This Houston regional was like 600 people, which is bigger than some YCSs, and I would have been. I got 21st, so I would have been top 32, and I played two plasma, and I played perfect ace in my deck, and then I bought like I thought that video was gonna do really well, so I bought a bunch of perfect aces, and I was hoping it took off, but it never took off. The goat, my guy. Later, man. Yeah, I use it for that event because like Nib was super popular, and I played two plasma, so I would like end on wake up. I would like. This was when Cash was super popular, so Dark Law wasn't very good. So I was always ending on plasma, plasma plus wake up, and if they tried to nib, then I would like I would chain DPE kill. That summon Stratos. I grabbed the second plasma, and that was pretty funny. And then if it, because so basically the idea is that if it lives, then you summon perfect ace on your opponent's turn. So you DPE pop something, pop the wake up. Then on the opponent's turn, of course you're not hero locked. You use wake up's effect to summon perfect ace. It was good for that event. Honestly, I thought that was like one of my better like I could actually be creative. I felt like with that stuff, but like now it's like I don't think there's much creativity. Um, I don't really get to play many cool techs, many cool ways to play the deck. Ugh. If Dark Law is ever bad again, then maybe that can be explored again. But for now, it's like Dark Law is so like the only way you can beat Fiendsmith Rizal is by sticking a Dark Law. The matchup's actually so difficult. Oh, uh, it's cool. This one, well, it's like the non-ninja is different. Um, it's cool. It has a lot of synergy. So like the 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 foolish barrel goods can send the fusion destiny, which you can reset it with Wonder Driver, which helps you beat more hand traps. Um, Thrust can set the black goat. You can droplet send it. You can evil assault send it. Has some good synergy. And oh, obviously, so the reason why black goat's good is you can go black goat laughs. I mean, foolish. However, you get black goat laughs in the grave, and then you can go black goat banish to call detonator. So now, even if they go like with twins of the eclipse, bring back detonator and all that jazz, they can't activate the effect. So like it doesn't matter because like all of their like interaction, like detonator's like 5 or 6 interaction, but it's in one card. So like this stops that. The other benefit to it is that the fact that Malice seems to be cutting the Malice seems to be cutting the Link 5 and they're making the Shadow thing and they're making like Griffin and stuff. So you'll still need an out to that, but you can go Foolish Burial Goods to send Black Goat, so you can call the Malice monster that they usually summon the White Binder. They usually summon to disrupt the graveyard, or I guess you can call this this one, whichever one you would lose to, and they can't use it. So it turns off their trap card too. But right now, before that the set comes out, they end on the Link 5, which is a spell and trap negate, so they just negate Foolish Burial Goods. Yeah, no, it's kind of hard. No, so the problem with D-Force is how are you going to D-Force against Detonator? You can go activate D-Force and they're just going to pop it. It's like, and that's your non-engine. That's the non-engine you're choosing to use, and it doesn't even stop. Like, it doesn't even like work. It's good though. I mean, if D-Force sticks when you go first, you win. But like Nib, Ash, Impulse, I mean, they have like so many ways to stop it. You just need to set up something. I mean, really, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to end on like a very small board if I can get there through like multiple hand traps. Just and that should, if I can get through some if I can set up DPE plus the trap through multiple hand traps, pretty good amount of interaction. Obviously, if they open Engraver plus 2 ways to play, you probably lose. But that was that point that I was talking about earlier, that you actually have to hope they open weak, which is what makes this deck like an uphill battle. Like watching Joshua Schmidt's tier list, and he said like and obviously Hero got supported Supreme Darkness, so people have eyes on it right now. And he was asking about it. Well, he was talking about it, and he was pretty spot on. Deck's definitely an uphill battle, but it's always that way. Yeah, no, for sure. It's almost like that's another thing. I don't know. They might want Hero to be Rogue forever because like Jane being like the underdog and Hero and stuff like that. It might be like an anime reference thing, but like I was saying earlier, as much as I like the anime, I just like Hero. So like, if Hero was good, I'd be happy with that too. I never want it to be tier 1 though. I think I think yeah. Problem is a lot of people are actually for this YCS are prepping for Hero. Not necessarily that it's a good like not necessarily that like it's not a good deck, but you could definitely lose to it if you don't know what it's doing. So people like a lot of the good players are actually looking into the deck. Just so they're not going to play it, of course, but they just want to know what people are trying to do. Well, that's the thing, though. It's like Hero just happens to lose to all the cards that people are already playing. Like no matter like how many times, like I mean, I don't know. I don't know like how often people, but like there has never been a format except for Cashier format, which is why it was one of the better ones, that we haven't lost to like 4 or 5 cards in the format. Like Nib. I mean, people say we don't lose to Nib, but we lose to Nib. Um, Droll, Lancia, multiple hand traps strung together. Now Impulse. Like, there's always going to be stuff in the format we're going to lose to. Every format has that. So, like, even though they're not prepping for you, they're prepping for you, even if they don't realize it. I agree. I agree. That's a better way. That's a better way to put it. Like when people say we lose to Nib, we don't lose to Nib. We lose to a well activated Nib. It's a much better way to put it. And there's ways with the new support to make that well placed Nib not even that good. Because we still end on DP. I mean, plasma pass at least. If you play Dark Contact and Darkest Night, which I might end up doing. We'll see. See about I mean, even the Fiendsmith Hero deck's not going to be tiered. It'll be tier 3 because it's a Fiendsmith deck. And we're just using hero cards to get to it, and we do like some Unchained stuff too. But like, it's not going to be tiered. What's a meta weekly? Mm. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's the dude that leaked all the world's I mean, all the world's lists, right? Oh my god. Well, he should. Yeah, he should. Yeah. That shit was wild. So here's why I know who that is. I 100% agree with that. Hero Feast is going to be like I've said that multiple times now. The best hero deck, the worst Fiendsmith deck. But it's like, I'll take it. Hey, the worst Fiendsmith deck isn't that bad. Take it. That's pretty cool. If there's like a few like online tournaments. I played in, I forgot who it was. I think it was PAX DB tournament, and I won the first round, lost the second, and then that was pretty much it. But like, I just don't like DB. Like, I don't play very well in DB. It's a totally different game. That's pretty cool that they have like a little tournament that national tournament that I assume he provides prizing for us. That's really nice that he does that. Ooh. And also call it. That's also fine. Up to yeah, get your questions in now, I guess. That's the best. That's the best. Foolish burial goods. Go back. So you would basically like it depends on the game state. Like you would yeah, exactly that. You hold because if you get so far that does like you hold foolish burial goods, you don't start with it because foolish burial goods doesn't really do anything because like it only negates effects like on the field with that original name. So like uh like what the best combo is to end on with Fusion Destiny only, like the only card with Fusion Destiny. Oh, let me show you that one. I actually have a cool combo I found for. Let's see. Let's grab this one. So this is three interactions, which like plasma DP's probably better in most formats because it's a floodgate. But in this format specifically, if you play against Ryziel, EXT is going to trade with the floodgate and you only have one pop. This way you still have two interactions. So I'll just show that one. I'll just show this one. It's pretty quick. Well, decently quick. Is Fusion Destiny by itself. I'm probably going to show this one off in my next video. It's pretty neat. The problem is you have to like you use everything, but you know, I mean, it's a one card combo, like showing as much as you can do. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Shit. This line looks kind of weird, but this is still plasma DP with a boosted. So that is one of the things you can do. Uh, this is the one that I wanted to show with three interactions. There it is. All right, here we go. You dump those two. That I'm just gonna let it play. It's just too quick for you grab Stratos. Yep, because I remember you leave Denier on the field for this line because you need the extra name to fuse away with later. That dumps that. That grabs that. That'll banish. That'll add poly. You banish that because you're gonna put it back to deck anyway. I realized I fucked up. Want to leave that on the field. Do that. Diffuse. Now, this is the thing I was talking about where you can put increase back to grab fares from later so it doesn't get negated. So it's Dystopia because boosted from here. So you have Dystopia pop. You burn them for 11, which is whatever, I guess, if you want to count that as anything. Neospore to take, and then DP with one Fusion Destiny. Probably gonna do this. I'm probably gonna show this combo off in my next video. I was supposed to record today, but I realized I can't. I was looking for my super poly and I can't find it, so I gotta pick one up tomorrow, and then I can film the rest of the combos. I'm gonna show the big combos off. But if you play Liquid Soldier, it's Dark Wall only, right? Unless you draw either Ferris or Liquid, it's like Dark Law. That's it, right? No, wait. You could banish, tribute, search out. No, you can't. You can't do it. No, it should just be Dark Law because you you have to get Shadow Mist to Grave somehow. So you can either do that. You either do that with Vion's effect, but you don't have another way to search a hero. You have to hard open either Ferris or Liquid. Then you can do Dark Law plus DPE under Fusion Destiny. So you have to hard draw one of those. You can always do Plasma plus but the reason why the Plasma plus DPE line is so strong is the fact that you can do it even if you get interrupted. Like even like this combo, like you need a normal like you need your normal summon for, but yeah, exactly. I just don't like Solid Soldier because it's a hand trap magnet. You have to normal summon it. Well, I would rather just normal summon Vion. And Liquid Soldier, I have a 15, at least 15-minute video ranting about why I don't think Liquid Soldier is very good. It's just no room anymore either for any of those cards. As cool as those cards are, Solid Soldier used to be my boy, but there's no room for those cards anymore. Just sad, but in optimized deck building, it kind of is what it is, right? Like you have to make concessions, right? Like the big evil hero package has the advantages of obviously like I mean it makes a giant board that's so cool. Like look, 10 interactions, but like I mean like Snake Eye could FTK you. Literally, they had an FTK that they could perform, but it was just better to make their board because it did so with like losing to less hand traps and it was already game. Yeah, Saw's probably the worst, unfortunately. Liquid and Blazeman have use cases because you can liquid um liquid back the Vion if you dumped it, or you could Blazeman has the same use cases. Solid Soldier used to be super important though for the hero deck. I say hero deck, it was barely a hero deck, but it used Summon Sort, and then like what you would do is you would use Summon Sort, and then Summon Sort would summon Attack Gainer from your deck. So you go like Solid Soldier, summon Shadow Mist. Forgot the rest of the line. There was some other stuff you did. I don't remember if it was Phantom Knight. It was a long time ago. It was one of the first decks. I played this at YC, the only other YCS I've ever been to. And then you would like summon Attack Gainer from your deck. And at the time, this was a $20 common because it was the only Earth Warrior tuner monster that you could that existed at the time. So you would summon that from your deck. Then you would synchro Attack Gainer plus Solid Soldier into Nat Beast. So you'd have Dark Wall and Nat Beast. And this is like 2018. I don't remember whenever. This was a long time ago. I think it was like it used ISOL. It used ISOL too. And yeah, no, I am going to 2 YCS this year. I think this YCS is going to be more rough than the next YCS because I think I'm pretty prepped for this YCS, but there's just not very many good answers like Terizio, like that we can play. all the answers to Rizio kind of got like circumvented by the release of Twins of the Eclipse or Eclipse Twins. It'll be fun. I'm still gonna have a great time in Orlando, but no problem, man. Thank you. I'm probably gonna finish your video after this. Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't really have a choice. You kind of like have to play 3 Mally. I mean, it's like there's a reason why the deck was way worse in the OCG because they had 2 Mally. You can't even do the Evil Assault. Like, you can't even do the Adusta Gold line uh with 2 Mally. Like, it just does. It doesn't work. I don't even think the OCG, like when the OCG got these cards, I don't even think they could even think about this line because this line could not exist in their like it couldn't exist over there. Like, they were like, because most of the things that we see is like a lot of people playing like the big Evo Hero package in the OCG, and it's because like probably because the deck didn't work. It's like way worse with 2 Mally. It's unfortunate. I have no clue. I don't know. It used to be like whenever I played Master Duel, it was like months after, like 3, 4 months after we got something in TCG. That's why I also hated that format because I was like, I just got out of this shitty Six Samurai, super heavy Samurai format, and now I gotta play it online. Like, it was just the worst. Yeah, but they have 3 Mally now. So it's funny because they got 3 Mally, and then someone sent a list from OCG that was literally my list except for like 2 cards changed. So I was like, okay, so they aren't the worst deck builders. They just couldn't play. They literally just couldn't play the circular for hero. All right, let's read this. Ooh, I don't know if that's too good though. I don't know. I'm not too sure. That might be too good. I do like the idea of you having to summon this first and then definitely can't search Fusion Destiny. Yeah, probably can't search Fusion Destiny. Even though Fusion Destiny does lock us, but I'm also kind of wary about the change quick play spell. I wonder if Hero can be allowed to search Fusion Destiny. I wonder. It might. It's probably on the verge of too broken, but kind of the concept I was talking about earlier is like yeah, I think it might be on the verge of like this is the support we need. It would make it so we play through too many hand traps. We'd also need a lock somewhere. Okay, you do have a lock. I didn't read the Yu-Gi-Oh player. Yeah, this is fine. I think we might be able to be trusted with that. I think this card, like, if you want, it depends on what your goal is. If you want Hero to be like extremely playable, this is a good card for it. But if you think about it, like, so you could go like Stratos, grab that. We really need. We need. We honestly, maybe instead of this, I kind of like the idea of maybe it still dumps, but I wonder if the trigger is only add poly, but also summon a token. Because like think about it, like in our normal line, we need another hero monster to link off into. So maybe yeah, like maybe like a hero token, because like it's a vision, you know, like he summons like a vision of himself or something. So like that way we could replace the vision hero line completely, because then the increase is gone and that card feels horrible. Or if you choose to, you could play one increase, one Ferris, one Vion, and then it gets replaced by this to have like an extra push if you want. But I think this card is good. The only change I would make is no, can't search a fusion spell, can't search a change quick play spell, but you could add the poly or maybe set the poly, and then you could summon a token with whatever attribute you want, like summon a light, or like I don't know, something with like the. I think that'd be kind of cool. That's true. He did like the tokens. See, because that's the thing. I was thinking of a card that replaces the vision line, but the problem is the vision line gives us two bodies. So whatever replaces the vision line also needs to summon another body, and also dump Mally. It needs to do all that. So this card's broken, but it actually is what we need. And by the way, our deck would still not be good. It'd be better, but it still would not, because we'd still lose to Shifter, Droll, um, like we'd still lose to all those cards, which makes our deck fair. It just, I don't know. What if instead of dumping for cost, what if we just see? And I hate this. I hate getting into it because I get really excited. Like I love designing cards like this, but we all know they're not going to give us this or anything close to as good as this. We're never going to get it. Funny. That's what I'm saying. It's like I could design this card's on the verge of being too broken. I think my idea of grabbing poly summoning a token is completely balanced, but it's what we need, and they're not going to give us that. Replacing the Vision Hero package. So let's just think about what, like, I've thought about this plenty. Let's think about what that would do for our deck. We would open up 4 slots in our deck for more cards that we could like play. We could play Blazeman if we want to. We could play 3 more non-engine. We could play 4 more non-engine, and we could have a better chance to compete. We need to slim, like, look, Mally's non-negotiable. You got to play Mally. Mally's going to be at 3. Denier's going to be at 3. These cards are probably not going to change. But if we could slim down the Vision Hero package, because this is the clunkiest, I say clunky, it's our oldest, and we're very reliant on it. If we could replace this package with something else to grab poly, but also not use our normal summon, then I mean, it's also searchable because this card's searchable. Then we're yeah. This card is balanced as fuck. It's good. It's what we needed, but it's still so balanced. Like I have no idea why they were scared about it. Yeah, that's the other thing about that evil hero card. It's like he he wasn't even good. Like, oh, it's not even on here. Even if he was like not once per duel, he's still optional. He would just be DP's best friend. But like that's still optional for the deck. Like we don't need the grind game. We need to get to our end board. Yeah, the fact that that card said once per duel was crazy. For an effect on that, like, only triggers if your opponent breeze or you get to DP. Like, Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. Once per duel was crazy on that card. And it's funny because that card's actually still good. It's just not good in Omni. Yeah, like why? I don't like. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are they scared of? Well, so here's the thing. A lot of people are very like link summon pilled, and they don't understand like like they don't understand that summoning free bodies in our deck doesn't do anything. Like you show this to any oh well no it's bubble duh. You show this to anyone that doesn't play hero, and they'll be like, dude, why aren't you playing this card? There's a reason why it's QCR. Like Konami's like dude, like why aren't y'all playing this? It's a free special summon. Well, that's because it doesn't fucking do anything. Like we can't do anything with this. We don't need free bodies. Like we need more ways to get to poly. And it'll always be the case. Yeah, it just doesn't. It's like, but a free special summon doesn't do anything for hero. It just doesn't do anything for hero. It's not a bad card in isolation. It just doesn't do anything for hero. Good for the Fiendsmith deck, but not good for hero, unfortunately. Which is unfortunate because it was so close too. Like if that card said on summon instead of giving your guys attack, it searched poly, or it set a polymerization card from your deck. That way you could it had the evil hero synergy by grabbing super poly, but then like if we want anything like if we're expecting any kind of poly searcher, it's gonna also search super poly, which means it probably has to set it. Which is fine. Plays around Droll, plays around Ash. Great. That would be very nice, honestly. Us getting to poly through Droll, I don't. And the problem is, we probably have to search this guy anyway. So if you search this guy, we get we get Drolled there, and then. But it is cool that it makes Fiendsmith hero playable. We kind of like. I think they're testing the waters with seeing, but like not locking stuff. So we'll see. We need that card though. The deck's not playable without it. Right now, our cope is to play a bunch of normal, play a bunch of board breakers, so we can summon Bubble Man, so we can put two monsters on board. That's our cope right now to try to play it without the Alliance Insight support. Yeah, it's like I don't understand why they. I still don't know what they're so scared of, man. I'll never understand it. Like we have an insane like it's like we have like an insane card pool, so that might be what they're scared of. But like, I don't know. They're also in the boat where like they do have to be very careful because they know we they don't want to design any support that's too good because they don't want to hit our cards. They know how fucking pissed we got when they hit Fusion Destiny, like when they hit Fusion Destiny, like they know. They don't want to make us upset because we are like a big player base. Like just hero players are pretty big. Like if I would have dedicated to a different deck and made a YouTube channel, wouldn't have been nearly as successful if it wasn't hero. Yeah, and very vocal. So is everyone on the internet though. Everyone's super vocal on the internet. But I'm not one to complain though. I've never been one to complain like we got this wave of SUDA support. I did my best to I did my best to make it the best I can, and this is the best that I got. This is like, well, I mean, not this variant specifically, but this is what I'm liking right now. But um, no, I mean you're right. But the problem is that if they to them like if they print a card that makes an old card good, they don't get that money. I think like unless they reprint the card, of course. That's what I'm saying. The card that Robum designed, pretty cool, and it wouldn't even be that broken. Just a few things would need to change on it. Well, that's what we were talking. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We were talking about how like Hero is like actually a well designed deck. Like out, it's balanced for sure. It's even probably pretty strong on the side of balanced, but it's because the other decks are just the term of balance is just so abstract that like it like they get hand trapped 3 times, they end on detonator and detonator 6 interruptions. So like it's like it doesn't it just they're just designed by it's like different people. Like they have a nostalgia guy, but then a lot of the nostalgia support's actually good. Like Atlantean, all those cards were so good. The best decks right now are Malice and well, Ryziel Fiendsmith's the best deck. Pure Ryziel's really good post Suda again. Malice, lots of variants. Fiendsmith something. But Ryziel Fiendsmith's by far probably the best deck. It's just it's a very oh yep, that's the other one. The reptile deck. That deck's very good too. The the reptile deck has the same problem that we do though. The Mitsuguri deck because they need to see ritual monster plus spell. They have ways to get there, of course, but again, they fall in the same trap that we do a little bit. But the payoff's really that deck. If that deck goes off, it's so good in the hand. Like that deck's so good in the hand traps because they make the guy, and then the guy says like when you use a monster effect, you have to pitch a card from your hand, and like that card just rips through hand like rips through like the meat like the Fiendsmith and the pure version's hands. They end on like they get hand looped for a bunch of cards. Well, it's because all their extenders search other extenders. Oh, I mean, yeah, we just are. I mean, like, it's yeah, it's like it's like taking the training weights off, getting to play like any like trying to play like a that's the difference. You want to play a tier 1 deck, then like people complain about oh my god like I lost and I'm playing hero. Like there's a like if you want to win every game, play a tier 1 deck. Like you know what you're signing up for. Then you're the fun part of hero is the fact that like I'm trying to figure it out. The Ryziel deck, I can go on YouTube right now, look up first place Triff Gaming's YCS deck profile, change a few cards for the meta, change a few non-engine, and then it's good to go. Pack my bag, go to the event. But this I have to sit, move around cards, figure it out, test. Like there's no one that's gonna give me the answer on this. Like I have to come up with it. There's other people that help, you know what I mean? Other people have, like, hey, try this. Hey, have you thought about this? Try this. And I get a few things here and there, but like, I'm not gonna look up on YouTube. I mean, like, someone's gonna tell me the answer. I mean, it's just fun. Here's a fun deck. Very, very fun deck. There's a reason why there's so many people dedicated to playing the deck. Or it's not a good deck. Also, the art style is great. Like, dude, Evil Assault as a super looks so good. Can't wait to get my Euro copies. Such a good looking card. Same thing with Dead End Prison. I thought the rarities were gonna be swapped. I thought so. My whole deck is secret and super rare. Like every card is either a secret or a super rare. So I thought Evil Assault was gonna be a secret. Dead End Prison was gonna be a super. So I got to keep my deck, and then uh, Doom Prison got revealed as a secret. I'm like, oh my god, EA is gonna be an ultra because I don't like ultra rares at all. I hate ultra rares. I like QCRs are okay in the extra deck though, but I like my whole main deck is super and secret. Oh, nice. STB zone. I don't like ultis at all. I own them, but I don't like them. Oh, fucking sweet. Gotta clear my cash. I don't like those either. I like secret, super, starlight. I don't like QCR that much, but super and secret is just the best. Like super is like I think secret's a good rarity, but super's just such a good rarity. Yeah, I like QCRs because like my whole extra deck can be like QCR, but I like Starlight way more. I have I don't know if you can see it. I have a PSA 10 Starlight Stratos. I think right there maybe. Am I pointing at it? Why are you pointing at it? I love Starlight. That's probably my favorite rarity, but they replaced it for QCR. It's not even the stamp. I actually love the stamp. I don't like I don't like gold. I don't like the color gold very much. I much prefer silver, so that's why I like. Yeah, I love Starlight DP too. I just played my EU secret, but I like my Starlight DP too. Very good looking card. That's why I like super rare so much. The text is easy to read on the card, and the artwork you get to see it. But I like secret rare too. I do not like ultis. I think ulti is a horrible rarity. That's the cool part about it. It's like it's all subjective, right? Like all of them, especially the new versions. Oh my god, Phantom. There's a reason why Phantom of Bell is like $5 ulti. That's like one of the ugliest cards I've ever seen. Yeah, Hero Lives, all of them. I do not like that rarity. I like UCR way more than ulti. Which one? Alley's one, but oh, you're talking about the new ulti. Oh no, I hate that rarity. Oh my god, the PUR, the pretty ugly rare. That I hate the prismatic ultra rare. Oh my god, I think that's like that and like that. I think that version of gold rare from that version from gold, like the gold rares that they put in. I forgot what set that was. The newest time they tried gold rare, that's probably the ugliest cards ever. And then I think like the platinum secret rares from the Noble Knight box, but then I think PUR is like right there. Like, oh my god, I hate that rarity. There's so many. The thing is, like, it's not like even like it's expensive. There's like so many to pick from that set, and I don't know why you'd ever pick that rarity. The collector's rares look okay. The secrets look great. The supers look great. The QCRs of Mali, I think, are like, I think that's max rarity. I think max rarity of Stratos is QCR too. It's gonna take some time, but I think QCR is gonna eventually take the others in price because they're like anything in the nostalgia pool is like really short printed. To be honest, I haven't seen a Mally in that rarity actually, but I've seen plenty other cards in that rarity, and I think that rarity is not good. But it's completely subjective. I have a friend that loves that rarity. We give him a lot of shit, but you know, it's we have plenty of people like that's why they put it the set. Like they would stop printing it if people didn't like it. Like they people didn't like the platinum secret rare the first time, so they changed it because their goal with the rarity collection was to make good, like was to make like good. They wanted to make good sets with rarity collection. Yeah, I don't like the prismatic secret rare either. I was coping for a second. I was like, I actually kind of like this rarity, and then I don't like that rarity. I do not like that rarity at all. I don't like the I like the text of the card being completely filled out. So like QCRs have that too that I don't like very much, but like QCRs are still a much better looking card. Josh is only 50. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I am stupid. This one first. It's a little bit cheaper than I thought. But let's do a little market watch. I mean, it is pretty close, but like think like this card came out this year. This card came out when did Bo come out? 3 years ago now? 4 years ago? Probably 4 years ago. And then this one came out like 7 years ago. And this has less listings than these two. There are less of these that exist than these two. It's crazy how short printed all of the QCRs in Nostalgia Pool really were. Like like I think I forgot what it is. Like someone I saw some post where someone did the math, but I think he said it's like 1,500 total will be opened of each QCR from the nostalgia pool for just because of the math, because of how big the pack because how big the set is. You only get four per box. Like my pre-orders, Gamer's Choice like took forever because they probably had to go outsource and buy them because they didn't pull enough. And I still got them for less than this. Sweet. Sometimes pre-orders are generally a scam, but sometimes you save a little bit of money. Sometimes you just do it to secure your cards. Like the QCRs on Gamer's Choice for this set, I just bought them. I mean, they're like 70 for a hero QCR in a main set. Like yeah, I will take that price. That is a good price for this. I've seen some people trying to sell them now on Facebook for like 150s for which I figured they were going to be closer to 100 something for the new ones. Problem is Prison's a one of, and Neoslor's a two of at max. So and Toxic Bubble isn't even played, right? Exactly. Yeah, German's always the cheapest card. Like I used to, because like I remember the Evil Heroes. People tried selling me the Germans all the fucking time when I wanted EU English. Those were so expensive. Oh my god! Like I like those were dark times. But you literally had to play them because the deck didn't have enough pushes. I'm also considering like like I, I'm considering Bane again. It's just like it's just he's not better than Dark Knight. Yeah, a dusted, but when he first got printed, I have a few EU English. No, the ultra rare from like 2018. Whenever it first got printed, because I was playing Hero and you needed that card. No, not Legendary Duelist 3. That'd be Legendary Duelist 5. The something of Darkness. This one. Oh, I don't want to know how much these are. Bet you these are seeing some insane prices. That's actually not that bad. LED 5. This used to be a $150 card. I mean, that's about. I mean, there are decent access copies. Yeah, no, but I can't find them in Europe. They're not very good looking. The blue and ultra rares, I don't think they're ultra rare except they have colored ink instead of gold. Even Card Market still has some. The the Dusted Golds, because I tried finding a middleman to send me some, but he told me that they're way too expensive. That's crazy. But like that's what's funny. Like my list, I thought Evil Assault was gonna be a secret, and this was gonna be like a $30 secret. But they definitely did us a they definitely did us a solid. But what sucks about my list is the fact that I might be playing 3, and this card's like really hard to find right now because it was short printed in Brothers of Legend, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm like 99% sure it was short printed in Brothers of Legend because that was his first reprint, and they used to short print stuff. Yeah, the Brothers of Legend was nice, but you can do the one adusted 3 Evil Assault, but I think it's gonna depend on what like how you want. Like if I play Dark Contact, I actually like 3 Evil Assault 1 adusted, so I think you're good. Like I maybe I didn't, maybe the list that I had pulled up earlier I didn't do that, but I should have done that. I'm playing 2 and 2. I wanted to play um yeah, I was very surprised. I would do this because Evil Assault is like if you adjust it into Evil Assault to try to force with the Dark Contact for Darkest Night, you can't do it. So I much prefer this ratio with the 3 and the 1 instead. I agree. I'm so happy it's super rare. I love that. Super rare is my like. I think that's like the best rarity. I love that rarity so much. I bought some European copies. I have to wait for them to come in. Well, you go Evil Assault, pitch, you summon Prison, Prison dumps Shadow Mist, Shadow Mist grabs a Dusted grabs Dark Contact, and then you summon Darkest Night without using your normal summon. Yes, yes, absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna we just went on a market watch, so I'll try to give as much more useful information as I can. So 2 and 2 I like with 1 increase. This is again, this is not like the gospel or anything. I'm just explaining what I like for it. I want to keep a hero number because Ferris still needs a hero discard. I like keeping the hero number at the lowest. It would be 16, of course, with the replacement. You don't want to count Neo, so you don't want to count Shadow Mist. So you're really looking more at like 14 hero names. That doesn't count a hero lives, of course, because a hero lives gets you strats, which gets you a hero name, but I like keeping that number. So if you play the 1 increase, I like replacing the 1 increase with another Adusted and then replacing an Evil Assault for that. You could play 2 and 3 That's fine if you want to do that, but I just don't know where you find the space for it. So with Dark Contact, I would want to play 3 and then 1 because you want to save the dark. I mean, you want to save the Adusted Gold Search for the Dark Contact for the small packages. The small packages are way more reliant on Adusted Gold searching your target because you would normally use the Inferno Wing to grab the target that you're looking that you're missing. Like basically instead because Adusted gives you the search, you're getting 2 searches because you're going for the yes, exactly, because you'd rather hard because you're only going to search Evil Assault with Adusted if you need to. Now, the reason why I'm playing 3 Adusted Gold in this list is nowhere am I ever going to search anything else in my deck besides Evil Assault. So it doesn't matter. If I go Adusted to pitch to grab Evil Assault, great. And this gives me a lot of hero names. A lot. Which I don't know if you ever played my list with Prosp and Foolish. Then because the version with Prosp and Foolish had the problem of not drawing enough hero names. We basically what we did is we replaced Prosp, Foolish, and we just upped the card count and we added more hero names as well as good starters and extenders. So it does help the deck from where it was before, but it just doesn't push it to that next tier like people were hoping for the support to do. But it did actually fix a lot of the issues. But that is my reasoning behind my ratios between Adusted and Evil Soul, which I think is a really not like the easiest thing to always like it's not like very apparent, you know? Like pack oh yeah, like I have a spreadsheet coming out with me and Pack TCG worked on a spreadsheet for Hero together, so that's coming out soon. That was pretty fun. Um so because he was like there's like I see people playing like not maxing out on the spell Y and then it was it's like it's very simple. You just want discards for Ferris because Ferris still needs a specific discard. But yeah. Oh, I have not decided which version is better. I have played in real life once since the support came out because I went to um so that's funny. No, I haven't decided which version is better yet. Obviously, the support dropped on it. Sneak peek was on Friday. I played one tournament. It was horrible. I drew increase like every other game, and so I'm emotionally want to play 2, which goes right into your question. 2 and 2 is when you play 1 increase, so you can keep that same number of hero names. I wish he could be used as an attacker. He has the Captain Gold thing. Under skill drain, he can attack. Just like my deck in Edison. Captain Gold beat down. The skill drain. Best deck. Yeah, you need a fusion on board. I'm not gonna lie, this card's been in my deck for like yeah, this card's been in my deck for like many years back then, and now it's gonna be my deck like forever now, and I've attacked with it once ever. So and I was under skill drain. And I lost. But it was still cool. That is funny. Very observant. Well, it's not so like it. You would if you could. I agree, but we're replacing one of like it's This is like perfect world. This, or was it? Oh, do I have the 2 and 2 one? I might have not have. Does it have 1 increase in it? I don't know what I did here. Oh, because I'm not playing the dark contact. It matters about dark contact too. No. Thought so. But, of course, listen. It's a hero card. It can't work that... It can't be that intuitive. If this card is in the graveyard, except the turn it was sent there. Like, why? I don't understand. Like, were they really worried about, like... I don't know if they were really worried about us shuffling, like... We're gonna foolish burial goods to use Mali 2 more times. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. What you can do, though, is you can dark contact the increase back, but it's a 4-card combo. Does one have it in here? Okay, yeah, we'll do this. So, one thing you can do that's cool, it is a 4-card combo, though. Obviously, we're not going to draw it, but yes. So I'm just gonna show it just in case. It's a pretty easy concept, but so oh no, we have to have this. Is it a 5-card combo? Dude, I think it's a 5-card combo. It's literally like this is a test hand. So so basically it's increase plus. Oh no! I'm tripping. It is a 4-card combo. Yeah, you don't need you need to discard. Okay, so it's fairs plus this plus a hero discard. It's a 4-card combo. So you can go with Dustin. You can grab the Evil Assault. Wait, no, I'm tripping. You can't even start with Dustin Gold, of course. Okay. It is a specific card combo. Duh. Okay. Evil Assault. Whenever it wants to load. Pitch. Search. Dustin Gold. A Dustin Gold. Dark Contact. Dark Contact. Put it back. Darkest Night. Effect. Boom. Now, so I'm literally talking about this with Fetty earlier. He said, well, you could, it's not a 4-card combo. It could be a 3-card combo because you can tribute summon the Ferris. Yes, you could, but it's just better to just go Evil Assault, dump the Shadow Mist. If you're going to tribute summon Ferris anyway, because you can't get to the full board. Dump. Effect. You can't get to the full board still. Yeah, you can't. Oh, and it loses to 1 hand trap. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying you can't do it. You can put the increase back. Oh, in that hand, yeah. I mean, the Stratos was any hero monster. I was just using it as a base. You can normal the Stratos, sure. Grab another name. Yeah, that was like it should have just been another copy of a Dust. That's why, like, in a lot of my combos, like videos, I try to use Sparkman because it doesn't confuse people. It's like this is just a hero card, and yeah. So, of course, you can normal Stratos there and then do some stuff, but that was just an example of how you can put back the increase. Because you were talking about Dark Supremacy doing it, and I was like, yeah, well, can't, sadly. Because I thought the same thing. I thought you could, like, dump it. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, you get, like, destroyed by a hand trap. Yeah, like. Which is why, in theory, I'm gonna try this version. Probably should play the non-engine that I was playing yesterday and try something like this instead, because talents is going to be the way that we break past that second or third hand trap, because imperm's not going to really help you there. But my thing about call by is that it really sucks going second. Like, it's not not that it doesn't, not that it sucks going second. There are some specific scenarios where you want it going second, but most specifically, it doesn't out detonator. Like we only get so many non-engines. Well, I wouldn't cut it. I would side it. It's still the best card. You're correct. It pairs well with a breaker that we're already using it. I do. I side it for going first. The only reason why I like less talents in this version specifically is that imperm pairs better into Ryziel. So you can imperm target the detonator. They'll chain the detonator and then that enables the thrust. While if that's like why I was playing Dark Contact. Is Dark Contact would force would force them to activate a monster effect, which would make thrusts or talents live. That was kind of the point of the Dark Contact. But I might just try to hope that they don't know what I'm doing. And I go Evil Assault, pitch a card, and they negate that. Because, I mean, like, look, if you don't know what Hero's doing and they go activate E-Telly, pitch a card to summon a guy from the deck, I'd probably negate that. I mean, that's kind of how Hero works. Like, how about siding Dark Contact? Well, it's good going second only. There's so much. There's so many nuances to it. I understand, like, cause like that does make sense, but I guess I can give the whole high level, the high level aspect to it. No, I'm also telling them all the effects. That I'm not saying I'm not. I'm saying I'm activating Evil Assault, pitching a hero that either takes an evil hero monster from my deck, either adds it to my hand or special summons it. I'm not gonna tell him I'm gonna summon Prison and Prison dumps for call. I'll tell him if I get that far, but I'm not gonna tell him like what I'm going to do after this card resolves. Right? I'm saying activate Evil Assault, pitch a card, and then they'll probably negate that, right? Like I would too if I didn't know if I didn't know like didn't study the matchup. Yeah. So let's go back to the Dark Contact. All right. So this is like kind of a lot. So here is the game plan with this list. Fiendsmith Ryziel should be the most represented deck in the room. This is for testing for YCS Orlando. So Fiendsmith Ryziel should be the most represented deck in the room. Now, what Fiendsmith Ryziel ends on is they end on, depending if they play Duo Drive or not, they end on Detonator. I'm not going to explain how they get there. I'm just going to go to the final. They end on Detonator. They end on Caesar. Detonator with Twins of the Eclipse live. They end on Caesar. They end on the Field Spell, which is a spell negate. They end on Fiendsmith Lacrima in the graveyard with ready to like with the trap with a Fiendsmith in Paradise. That is what the end goal is of the deck. So, how? Yes. Lacrima dumps the trap, and the trap will send Desiree, and Desiree will send one of your cards. Now, they're on Caesar Detonator with Twins of the Eclipse. So, what kind of non-engine is good into that? I think Dark Ruler is pretty solid into that. Then you just have to deal with Cross, and then you have to deal with Lacrima. It's a good card, but then it's like kind of shit going first. So like that's like a kind of a card that I'm kind of on the back burner about. Then there is Droplet, which I'm already playing Droplet. Droplet works there. Then again, same thing. You only have to deal with Cross, and you have to deal with the Lacrima Engrave, which will send. I mean, the Fiendsmith and Paradise Engrave. Sorry. And then of course you have to deal with any non-engine they drew because they did all that with 2 cards. Or so they have 3 cards in hand. They have 4 cards in hand because they draw for Cross. Still an uphill battle. Don't get me wrong. So, what piece of not? So, we go through a few more. Book of Eclipse. Activate Book of Eclipse. They might have drawn Ash, which also stops it, but they go. They can. Let's say it resolves. They book Caesar. They chain Detonator. They summon Detonator back, and great. They still have Detonator, Cross, and Lacrima. We dealt with the Caesar. Okay. So, what could we do to beat it? So, what we figured out was that you can use a hero live. Well, this list should probably play 3 of these. Oh no! I'm tripping. I have 1 increase. No, it takes a Rizio. No. Oh, okay. Letterman, thank you for joining. So, I'll try to hurry up. All right. So basically, Oh, okay. Basically, TLTR, the only non-engine, one of the only non-engine besides the 2 that I mentioned, Dark Ruler and Droplet, outs the Detonator with Twins the Eclipse and Caesar, and that is talents. So we'll get into the full picture here for that matchup, and the reason why I'm not playing this card. So the goal of this is the reason why we're playing Dark Contact is because game 1 they should end on Caesar Detonator. They don't know what we're playing. It's blind game 1. That's what they should do. So we can start with a Hero Lives and Evil Assault with Dark Contact now pair well with the Thrust and the Talents. Because we can go, like I was saying earlier, that concept of why it's important for the Dark Contact, for these to be 1 card Darkest Night, is because you could go for 1 card, we'll just say a Hero Lives, for example. A Hero Lives, summon Stratos grab a Dusted Pitch grab Dark Contact, summon out the Darkest Night. Darkest Night is 1600. Their guys lose like 4k attack, 39. And then obviously the float is not live currently because of what we have in our graveyard. But he can attack twice. So, if they do not call our bluff and they let us activate Dark Contact, we now have an out to Detonator. So here's the problem. A lot of replays that I've watched. I've watched a lot of replays of Rizio because I want to know how the average Rizio player plays. Your average Rizio player summons both of those monsters in attack position, which means this works. People, the now really good players to now play around Druid's Worm, are summoning it in defense, which means this no longer works. But this, again, is assuming they didn't negate a Hero Lives, they didn't negate Dark Contact, and they let us go, or Evil Assault and then Dark Contact. They didn't use their Caesar negate. So, let's say we force them to use the Caesar negate. They negate a Hero Lives, Evil Assault, or Dark Contact. None of it matters which one they negate. We haven't used our normal summon yet, and we haven't used our Vision Hero package. We can then go Triple Tactics Thrust or Talent. We're getting to Talent in the means of Thrust to grab Talent. We activate Talent. They're met with a decision. Most of against Pure Rizio, what they're going to do, Pure Rizio is going to pop the Detonator, summon it back, and if they have any monster, you're going to take a useless monster. But specifically against Fiendsmith Rizio, if they go Detonator, kill Detonator, you take their Caesar. And then they go Twins of the Eclipse and Graveyard to special, and you negate it with their Caesar. If they don't, you just take their Detonator, and Detonator has more attack than Caesar has defense or attack. So it beats game 1, the matchup. Now, that seems like a great plan. Sounds like it can't be that bad of a matchup. We got 6 cards right here. We could Fool Wasp will stop them a good bit if they don't see an out. We have a Hero Lives, and we have Evil Assault and Dark Contact. So why, like you said, why not side Dark Contact free when you know if you're going second? Post side, they will now know that we are on Hero. Well, that's the part about playing Hero is you have to find like the best non-engine big bang for your buck. It's so hard because every other deck can just throw in 3 Ash, 3 Valor, 3 Nib, 3, and I have to think about it, and they just we have to find like the right interaction, which is always so fun. It's like a puzzle. So this is game 1. So game 2, let's say we lost. So let's say we lost the die roll. They went first. That's how that game played out. Also, if they don't just going back a little bit, if they don't do anything and we get to dark contact, this either trades with imperm or it trades with attacking the Caesar because it's always in attack position, and detonator, and then detonator summons back, and then you still have to deal with cross and a cross with a detonator with 1 pop and the Lacrima engrave, but still, it's we're doing the best of what we got. It's still not an easy matchup, but that is the goal here. Post side, they don't have to go into Caesar anymore. Because post side, they're gonna know we're on breakers. They saw thrust or talents. They can assume we're playing hero. They're gonna know that, so they're gonna still go first, but they're gonna end on Desiree because they don't have to respect Nib. The only reason why they do that is go Caesar is to respect Nib. There's a world where we play Nib to punish them there because of that. We could, and that is something I'm definitely thinking about. But the game plan no longer works with Desiree because if you go talents take, obviously they'll just negate it with Desiree. So it no longer works post side. So you take out the dark contact post side is what I'm doing right now. And yeah, like it's not, but this is like what this is what like the really really like the what we call the pros, like the ones who do content creation for a living and play Yu-Gi-Oh a lot, and like they have the blessed opportunity to do that and follow their passion, that this is what they get to do all the time. That's why they're always ahead. Like, so, and also my version of beating that, they might have something that beats that already. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a giant. Oh, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. So next game, what I'm trying to do, because next game they're going to most likely go Dweller. They'll probably end on Desiree, Detonator, Dweller. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is let me go find that list. I think Droll's very good. Droll is one of those things where it is very, very, very risky. But it's one of those things that if they get to combo, we lose. Like, we can't beat Dweller, Desiree. Like, we just can't. Ultimate Slayer doesn't work. I was really hype on Ultimate Slayer because Ultimate Slayer doesn't stop Dweller. If we're under Dweller, we probably can't win that game because they have hand traps and Detonator plus Dweller. We just can't win. I like Perulia. Perulia seems like a decent option into them because they have to force us to give us a lot of draws to go for that combo. Droll, I'm liking. There's not that many answers. Really, there isn't. And that's why that deck got so much better post SUDA. Like, this card literally, like, flipped the matchup on its head. Like, this card is so strong. So strong. Because now Book of Eclipse doesn't do anything. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, but like going first, like the only reason why it's hard for us to do that is that D barrier still exists in the format, and like I don't know, I'm so scared. I'm just scared of letting anyone go first. We can't play Xyz Encore because Cross Crusader and Infernal Devicer. Very very sad. I loved Xyz Encore. I almost bought a set when they were really expensive, and then I watched someone I think I watched someone use it on like Master Duel or something, and then I was like, oh my god, no way. No way we summon the monsters. Oh my god, we can't use that card. That was gonna be my Dweller out. No, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, they won't. They think. Yeah, I'm just scared of going second in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, Dweller's cringe. Dweller's here to ruin another format because, like, no joke, tier format is actually like tier format was actually a good mirror. I'm not saying it was a good format because that deck was insanely oppressive for everything else. Kind of like how Rizio Fiendsmith is, where it's a good mirror, but Dweller ruins the mirror. It's a very similar format to what we're gonna probably feel post SUDA. That's pretty. That's pretty good. Is this a Spider-Man? At 64. Oh, it's the Flame Wingman one. Yeah, Hero's not easy, bruh. That's why it helps for me because I already like know, like, for the most part, I'm very confident in my mechanical, like my technical play with the deck. It helps me. No, you summon the monster though. It's like, yeah, like, yeah, it's really cringe because I thought I found it. So actually the out is Metaltronus is the answer, but we don't have a good Metaltronus target. Is actually the answer. Metaltronus is a good card. I picked up a set. It's a good card. You can summon if they like if SP is ever oppressive, you can like because SP is a warrior dark monster, you can summon Shadow Mist, negate SP, and then you can link away Shadow Mist to get a search later. Yeah, that card. Thank you. That is the answer, but we can't play it. I almost need someone to do that too. I need Jigun to be like my historian. So when someone asks a question that I've answered, he goes and finds it. And I need Inley to every card because I always talking abbreviations. I need him to just pull up all the cards that I'm talking about while I'm talking about them. That'd be a fucking nice. No, not him. Not talking about him. Feast with Cash is like I think that deck's way weaker now. Post Suda, I don't see how that deck I don't see how that deck could be a good choice to bring to an event. I know it has 1400 attack. I was like, dude, I could play Liquid, bro. Well, okay, so like y'all weren't here for a good bit of it, but we don't have to cope on one more Alliance Insight card. We could just play like yeah, that would be pretty funny. Well, I don't even know if that would be good. But we don't even need one more card. We can play. Ghost Bell's actually really good right now. So we could go into any tech cards that y'all have a question about. So Ghost Bell, what it does is you can the reason why people are playing Ghost Bell is because if it pairs well with another breaker. So if let's say I draw Book of Eclipse plus Bell, Book of Eclipse they go chain, they kill itself or whatever, they kill the detonator, and then they go twins. You can Bell twins. And then also it has cross application because you can bell the malice trap. The one that revives? Is the one that revives? It should be. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, Bell's good. That's why Bell's good. Later, man. Thank you for joining. It's fun. I hope so, brother. Not too broken, but yeah, Bell. I don't know if we're gonna play Bell, but Bell's a good card. I don't know if we're gonna play it though. I have like a notepad of like 50 pieces of non-engine that like we're considering. But like you have to find like the right relationship. Yeah, it's good against Crystron, but I think Droll's good against Crystron too, right? So I'm playing Droll seems like pretty decent. Yeah. Like Droll's good against Crystron, it's good against Mystic Rugi. It can be good against Ryziel. It lowers your ceiling a lot. It can be good against Fiendsmith. You could literally skip the Fiendsmith Ryziel next turn if you Droll at the right time. Droll seems like really, really solid. It's good against Hero. Most important. Yeah, I mean, it can be once per duel. I mean, Denier's once per duel, but he's broken. Denier has to be once per duel. Yeah, that's the part about the once per duel is the fact that the effect's not even good, and then his effects once per like Denier should probably be once per duel. Yeah, Denier's Denier's a little bit too good of a card. Although the fact you have to set him up if he was once per turn, I don't think would be like at the time he was released would have been too good, but I think now it'd be fine. I think if Vicious Claw could negate a monster effect while in the graveyard, while you having Dark Fusion, would make the card be included. Because then they'd have to nib. Like it means that we'd still lose to nib. Because like I don't want a card that negates a monster effect that means we play like because my whole thing is I don't want us to play around Shifter, Droll, etc. We shouldn't be playing around those cards. That's why I don't want to. I don't want any negate. Vicious Claw can be a negate on the opponent's turn. That's fine. I don't want any. Please stop printing cards that are negates on my own turn to where I can do my full. I can summon this negate, then do my full combo and not have to think about it. Like Hero rewards good play because you have to think about the sequencing of your cards. Like you have to think about like, oh, if I get nibbed, it makes you a much better player. Like like Hero's a well designed deck for you to become a better player. Then you could play something else and then take the training weights off. 100%. Nib. The problem is then if they don't make counterplay to Nib, then how do they sell the new set? And it's not about balance. It's about selling for that part. Yep. Because like it's I mean at the end of the day it is a business. They're running a business. We love the game, but it is a business. That's why Ryziel, all their extenders search other extenders because like that was the next because that's the next step. Yep. And no point complaining about it because there's nothing we can do about it. Just have to do what you can and take what we got and be happy with the support that we got. Because I'm happy with like I'll I'll even that actually legitimately that is not the first time someone has told me that. So um the Ghost Reaper thing is funny. Um so I mean like people were like doom posting about this support, but like these cards fixed a lot of things. Like like these cards were used to be like pot and foolish and stuff like that, but like these cards give you more hero names. So these cards basically let us get to pick our discard with Ferris now. We can grab a good discard, so yeah. Well, I am. I don't know. A lot of people are probably gonna play a lot. Yeah, it is funny because so I have had that interaction come up. I'm like, dude, this card came out in, like 2006. That's what I tell him every time. Like, bro, this card is like you can't. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was pretty like kind of whatever about uh local and the thing is like the deck didn't even improve that much, but like any improvement is improvement that I was excited for. And like this is like one of my favorite cards ever. I don't know. This dude might be my favorite card. Oh, where is he? Yeah, that might be my favorite card now. This dude looks dope. Like, oh my god, the amount of drip this dude has is like crazy. Like, actually, dude, I have so much Neo stuff. I have the figure. I have a plush up there of Neos. I have the I have the Spirit Neos mat. I have the Supreme Darkness banner. I have the Flame Wingman um but that's not Neos, of course. And then you can't see it, but off screen I have the signed mat with the signed mat with by Jaden Nasser voice actors. It has Shiny Neos Wingman on it. I'm a big Neos fan. I didn't realize how much I like Neos until and also I draw them like it's my job, so yeah, we can't play any of the good Dominus cards. Yeah, whenever we played Bane because like our deck didn't like do anything else, that was fun. That's actually not. That's actually kind of a. I haven't heard that before. It's actually a good take because generally, like if you play different attributes, generally they don't like synergize very well together. Not yet. They're coming in the mail. No one at my locals pull. We don't open that much product. I pulled a test bear though. QCR test bear. But I did not pull QCR heroes. The test bear was funny. I was like trying to like one of my friends really likes Gladiator Beast. Um and he was like and he and he was like I was trying to like ooh, the 65's good. I think Gamer's Choice price was good cuz it's QCR hero stuff. Like Toxic Bubble's going to go down for sure, but this like Gamer's Choice's prices at 70 were really nice. I wouldn't be mad about that at all. Later, man. Thank you for joining. And this is because of you, so you were the reason. I mean, it depends on what price you're going to get. I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, depends on. Well, people don't know that Bubble Man the Toxic Bubble sucks. It depends on what price you can get it at, I think. I'm not a financial advisor, but I can't see a QCR of a hero from a main set being like 70 was a good price to me. But it depends on what the price is, right? You know, honestly, you should buy it at a price that you're comfortable with. Doesn't matter if you overpay. If you're if you can justify like, oh, I think this card is so cool and it's $100 QCR and like I want to spend that money on myself, go for it. If it goes down, that sucks, but it's like $15, right? I don't know, like some like I'm not like some people get like like people get like so like oh my god, like do y'all think I'm trying to think like the secret dead end priz is gonna go down? Like, dude, maybe like it might go down to $5, but at least for me, it's like it's $15, right? Like, just if you want it, get it. If you don't want it, don't get it, right? I love Neoslord. I think it might be my favorite card. Like, and I saw 70, and I'm like, dude, I'm 70. I'm picking him up. I think it might be mine too, bro. I really like a Dusted Gold though. This is like because I remember having to spend like this is the list. Yeah, this is the list that I'm thinking about playing. I'm emotionally gaming because I drew increase like it was my job yesterday. So I'm gonna try this list without dark. Yeah, I'm trying without it tomorrow. I just want to see. I just want to see like um if I miss it or not. We'll see. Yes, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with this, but I have literally everything you're probably gonna ask talked about. Like I got you, bro. It's just it. This is being recorded, and I think we're updating. I think we're uploading it to a VOD. No, I'm not asking. I'm not saying for you to be like you being repetitive or not. I'm just letting you know if you want an in-depth explanation of like anything about this list or any of the other lists, it's probably in here. I feel like I answered like a good bit. I have that too. I actually didn't show that at all today. I made this list before this in case people asked about it, and no one asked about it. I'm playing one Ferris, yes. I don't know. Maybe. This is the big package that this is the big package list that I would play probably. You're playing if you look through, you're playing a lot less you're playing a lot less hero names. So like you're gonna have like you're for this list you're setting up your Ferris discard instead of bricking on it more often. But it had look like here's the problem though with this list has the same number of pushes as the other list. Like if you get stopped early, if your combo branch gets cut off early, it has the same number of pushes. So you're just playing 50, playing the big package because you want to. It has some advantages. Some specific hands do um do I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. Regardless, I think I think the I think the -6 cards is better. I just think the -6 cards is better. Oh, Thrust is so broken. Thrust is so broken. It is. I'm Thrust in a vacuum is so broken. It's like the only problem with it is the fact that it's not an out to detonator. I'll show off my I'll just show off my current list. If you want me like you can answer like I can answer like specific questions, but if you want like a whole overview, then like we're posting the VOD of this. I don't know. Do you think we could? Do you think we could post the list? I mean, the VOD as unlisted, so only people with the link can watch it first, and then we upload it after Orlando. So I feel like I talked about a lot of stuff for Orlando that I wouldn't want. I don't know, like if people were, like, I don't know if it blows. You know what I'm saying? I would just rather keep as much. That's why I've kind of been like scooting around answering specific questions too much, or like on YouTube or like in other groups. But I mean, I don't think a lot of people here are going to Orlando, and even if they are, I don't mind sharing with some people, but I got you. Okay, I mean that's cool. Cause I was gonna like, I see what you're saying. That works. I just don't want to put it public for now. Okay. I don't mind it being public after, because like I feel like there's a lot of good information in here, and like maybe we could cut it up into videos or whatever. I was like I need other people to like tell me like what segments they thought were good for a video. I think this would work out great for that. Like, who's a Dread guy? I didn't know we had one of those. Okay. Mm, oh, okay. Crystal Beast guy. I don't know any Crystal Beast guys. He is a Crystal Beast guy. That's a good point. I don't know him. I know of him. He's a look. Y'all might. I don't know. Like I'm pretty humble guy. I think I know a good bit about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. Dude, those like Jesse Cotton. Like that dude's on another level, man. Like, who man, that dude is good at Yu-Gi-Oh. A 2v2. I don't even know if you can do that. I need to get a remote setup anyway. I have to get like a camera or something so I can play. Because we're supposed to, me and BJ are supposed to play. I don't have a way to remote setup. No, I actually don't know. I mean, can we do that? I mean, I feel like I feel like okay, true, but I feel like I'm like I don't know. I'm definitely not better than Jesse Cotton, but I mean, I've also been playing this deck for a very, very, very long time. I think, I think for I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would probably try to play the big package. Like Jesse Cotton's the goat, though. Like undisputed. I like other people's takes, though. I do like to know, but you'd also have to want to take time to do that, right? He'd probably just copy like the 50, 60 card list and bring that to locals because it's fun. Like he's not trying to make the deck the best deck. Joshua Schmidt's also extremely good at Yu-Gi-Oh. I've never played either of them. I don't know. Maybe, but Fiendsmith Hero is like really not a hero deck. I mean, it is. I'm still gonna play it, but it's. I mean, no, I'm gonna. I mean, I'm gonna play it. It's still a hero deck, but it's. Oh yeah, I've seen some of the good like the. I'm lucky because like some of our locals are like. I have a YCS champion that used to like. He still plays a lot, but he used to be like in that's like in a lot of those circles, and I've gotten I'm pretty blessed to have gotten to learn from and play with a lot of really good players just randomly at my smaller town. Yeah, that card's good. My boxes that I opened, I pulled that guy. I pulled 0 hero I didn't even pull the amount of the number of supers that I need out of my boxes. I was still missing an Evil Assault. I was playing 2. So I didn't even pull everything I needed. Ooh, 5 bucks. That's a lot. That's crazy. Yeah, people just started handing me all the hero cards. My friend luckily pulled a dead end prison because we didn't see another one out of 2K. No, out of a case. I have my like I said, my deck that's my deck that's in paper. Let me set it. I should have my phone. I wonder if I can do it on here. I'll do it this way. I have an idea. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good time. It's a good time to call it. Long day. Okay. Yeah, that's what I would do. Like put the shared as unlisted. I mean, if people want to share it, I mean that's fine. Just like I got you. That works perfect. That's perfect. Just a repository. I was just worried about it being like a public and then going live before. I don't. I'm not saying I'm like people are gonna like know my list and all this stuff, but like I feel like I've put in a good amount of work. Like I have other people that I put in work with, and I would hate that like all of our work get you know also revealed to other people that like are also going to the YCS. Going for Airdius. Is that even? That's like a 5 card combo, right? Gotta be. But yeah, if you ever want to ask questions or anything, just use the Hero TCG chat. I appreciate y'all for listening in for what I said was going to be short. 5 hours. Yeah. No, no Aqua Neos. That I just I'm playing like a. Yeah, you still could fit it if you want to. I'm trying to fit more copies of Mass Change because like I talked about it earlier, but like talents and Mass Change is the only way. Well, no, the Vos gonna be a while, so I'll just answer it. The You're right. The double Dark Claw doesn't come up, but I'm trying to play 3 Mass Change. So if you Mass Change early and you have to like get rid of the Dark Claw or whatever, or if you get nibbed, I want to be able to like still pivot to get Dark Claw again because it's still like a super like it's the end goal of the deck. Like you need Dark Claw to beat Fiendsmith or Izio. Like yeah, I think I'm gonna play 3 Mass Change, 3 talents, but I need to kind of figure it out. Not in the main to play 3 Mass Change. I'm gonna try to side them. Imperm without Dark Contact. I want more ways to out detonator this list with not that one. This that's not it either. It's one of these. This list with Dark Contact, uh, should be somewhere 3 and 1, double increase. I would prefer. I kind of. I'm kind of going through this as I'm thinking about it right now. I'd much rather this because like with this, yeah. So like the one with 3 talent, I'd much prefer with the dark contact because now we have more ways to force it because the hero lives and evil assault can all like force a monster effect activation before we normal summon or use the vision hero line, which we can then use talents and thrusts to punish. But with this list without it, then you need a way to still force them to activate a monster effect early in case they, they might not negate it. I don't know. We don't have dark contact to force. We still have ways to play without using the vision hero line and maybe try to force them to use something and then we can pivot again. But that's the main reason to use dark contact, in my opinion, is to get them to force to use a monster effect. But since I'm playing less talents in this list, I think it's okay to go without it. Also, they're not. Some people are not playing summoning detonator in. They're not summoning detonator in attack position because Druid Swarm's a card. So I'm a little worried about the dark contact stuff in that regard as well. Because Dark Knight can only run over them if they're one side out for Dark Angel. So depends on the matchup. Dark Angel is generally going to be sided in for Lancia. I mean, not for Lancia. For Malice, which obviously Lancia. I probably want an out to Charmy. Here. Probably go something like this you can do. I also would probably, I'd probably do this. I'd probably do something like this. 3 Lancia, 3 Ash, 1 Dark Angel, 1 Call By. Because obviously the decks that you're going to side Dark Angel for, you're not going to side in this mass change for. So the main deck that you're going to Dark Angel besides Rogue decks are going to be Malice. So, and the other thing you could do if you want to bring in both plus a normal trap, like I guess like against Rogue, you might do something like this. And keep the 2 imperm. Depending if I'd probably put 2 Droll over imperm because like random quick tip. This is just generic in Yu-Gi-Oh. If you can play hand traps going first, it's better because it's better at the breakers. Because you can't interact. You can't like you can duster imperm, but you can't duster Droll, of course. So that's a general Yu-Gi-Oh tip. Like generally, hand traps are just better because they're harder to interact with. When you're going first. That's why Nibiru's so broken going first too. Yeah, I'm gonna play this list tomorrow. No, and if anything, I'm probably gonna keep the 2 increase. It's so bad. 2 increase is like it makes no sense. You shouldn't play 2 increase, but like it drives me crazy when I draw it. It's like it's an emotional thing. Dude, and you're not the only person to even say it. Like someone else told me that uh that they were playing my list and like, dude, I drew increase like it was my job. Like, is it just SUDA? Like, it's because we got new cards. Like, oh, now we can play without it. Like, they're gonna increase is like here to show us up. Like, show us like, nah, motherfucker, you can't cut me to 2. I'm here to stay. Dude, it's just frustrating. It's the same way they hit Snake Eye. Yeah, it's like, dude, I'm just gonna play 2. Yeah, just cut it. Just cut it, man. Get rid of increase. One day, we'll look back on this. Remind me in 3 years, and if we're still playing the Vision package, oof, it's rough out here. If we're still playing the Vision package in 3 years. Oh please, man. It's probably been since 2019. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I heard you were talking shit, and I guess I'll just play 45. I'll have less chance to draw non-engine. So I'd probably play if I do end up missing the Dark Contact tomorrow. Oh, dude, I just had it. Oh, here we go. I'll probably play something similar to this. So if you want to take a screenshot or whatever of this too, this is probably. I'm not. And the recycling, the increase just doesn't come up. It's a 4-card combo. Like for it to come up, like it just. It's just not good. I just don't like it. So I think second increase will probably stay just because I'm an emotional gamer, and if anything, I'll play the list that like. I'll just change out the evil assault ratios like to what you're seeing here, and then I'll probably mess with the extra deck maybe a little bit. Um, TLDR trap card probably never, unless we're in a weird format with anima and breakers. Probably just never playing the trap. It's just it's sad, but like the if we're playing against a breaker deck, because we have to be able to full combo to get to the trap card. Because if they breathe on us, we can't get to the trap card. That like I usually am, but the increase thing, it's like it just drives me crazy. Logically, you should play one. I think. Yeah, it just does, right? It does, but it doesn't. Because the math, it depends on what you're searching for in the math. In the math, if you're searching for the odds to always keep one in your deck, there's math that supports that. It's a cherry picking fallacy. You can choose what you want. Okay, good. I'm glad you like the Dark Knight. Um, well, kind of, but it doesn't. You do draw more, but you'll see it more often. You have a dead card. I mean, I could get into it again, but already. I'm glad you like the Darkest Night, though. I think that card's really good. It's funny that like, um, I think like this, what you're seeing on screen might be what I play for Orlando as well. Something similar to this. I'm still obviously moving shit around, but that's what because he's just easier to summon. Like Bane, if you could summon Bane the same way you could summon Darkest Night, Bane's better, but Bane's too difficult to summon, I think. Like you have to commit more to get to Bane, which also just eats an interaction and then gets out. Like Darkest Night does the same thing. The only thing that sucks about Darkest Night that's really frustrating is Darkest Night can't res the Doom Prison because he's a rock, obviously. Has to be a rock, right? But it still forces interaction with one or two cards. So they always have to stick it to us. Just watch the stream and you can hear me rant about them sticking it to us. But yeah, I want to play Neos Lord no matter what list I play because like dude looks so dope. He also comes up, so I like this list too. I guess the only benefit of being a rock is it can oust there can be only one. But I mean, I think I bought these actually. Is this the one that I bought? I think it is this one. I almost I almost played this card in zoo format. I almost played this card too. This card's kind of interesting actually. Like as a turn 3 type of deal, but then it's another turn 3 card. We already have we just don't need it, but this has always been a card that I've been very interested in. It's a way to get your like you know it works together. You know, Vion and then next turn increase summons this out. You grab that monster back, and it kind of gives you like a little. Yeah, no, I know, but it's still a cool card. I've always thought this card was interesting, especially before the games. It was so quick because this card obviously came out with fairs in them, which was like 7 years ago now. Yeah, Gravido was always really cool to me. We used to play this guy too. Those are the days, man. Not actually, but oof. Hero was worse back then than it is now.